Can we put our hands together? Can we put our hands together as we have our seats? Come on, put your hands together. Put your hands together. Whether you like it or not, you are still Nigerians. Put your hands together. I think it was yesterday we celebrated our 63rd year of being independent. Let's put our hands together once more. Okay, I'm just going to say something quickly. I've not yet been paid my balance, and it's really dependent on how good this event goes. So if I tell you to put your hands together, please do it as a favor to me so that I can get paid completely. That's one of the metrics that I'm being assessed by. So once again, can we put our hands together as proud Nigerians that we are? Okay, all right, thank you. So anyway, my name is Shalom Adebola, and I'll be one of your hosts for this evening. And I want to officially welcome you all to Technext Coinference 2023. Oh, come on. Okay. This event has been live streamed, and besides that, before I got on stage, I was speaking with the convener, and it says it's trying to make a movie out of this conference. So I'm going to do that again, and we're going to do it with a little bit more enthusiasm. Okay? Does that work? So I'm going to say welcome to Technext Coinference 2023, and I want this place to erupt. Is that possible? Can we do that? Can we do that? Okay, so let's do something like that again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Technext Coinference 2023. Wait. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't think David is in the hall. He didn't see that. He's the one to pay me, so we're going to do it again. Okay, he's there. So we're going to do it again now. I think he's in the hall, so we can do that. So I'm going to welcome you once again, and I want this place to erupt. Does that work? Can we do that? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Technext Coinference 2023. All right, thank you. So like I said, my name is Shalom Adebola, and I'll be your host for today. I'm going to be taking you through the event. And like I said earlier also, we have an eventful conference marked for you today. We're going to be having industry experts from everywhere, from Web3, from blockchain, from DeFi. We're going to be having amazing panelists, and they're going to be sharing industry insights today, and you're going to have fun. We also have a session dedicated for networking, because we don't just want you to come here and listen to people talk. We want you to also live with meaningful networks. But I'm not going to be working alone today, because it's a very, very, very big event, and it's not something I can undo myself. Today, I'm going to be working with someone special, my co-host. She's actually somebody that, yeah, she's a lady. I thought I was going to get some noise for that. Women supporting women. You people are not supporting your own. Eh? I said she's a lady, a beautiful one at that. Okay. Yeah, she's an experienced and passionate media enthusiast and event host with a knack for turning ordinary gatherings into unforgettable experiences. With a warm and engaging personality, she specializes in creating a welcoming atmosphere with her energy and enthusiasm that brings people together and always wanting to hear her talk, whether it's a corporate conference, a lively musical festival, or an intimate gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me my co-host for today, Eniola Ayola. Please put your hands together for her. Does she not look beautiful?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, I think I got to understand, or I got to know that tech people are very, very serious. They don't like to laugh, right? So please don't bring that here. I am not going to allow that. So I would like you to turn to the neighbor on your left, on your right, and say that, are you sure you are a techie? Are you sure you are a techie? So don't look too serious, bro. Smile. Life is not that hard. Okay, thank you very much. So I would want to say a very big thank you to Shalom for that wonderful introduction. I was feeling like one of the, speakers. Like, I can speak something techy, but you know how we do it now. All right, so it's such a great opportunity to be doing this with the Technext Conference 2023. I'm so glad to be your co-host, and I just want to say something to, cheer us on and energize and also prepared, because you are not yet to play. Tell somebody close to you, tell the person, don't play, because you're going to learn. Tell the person close to you, say, don't play, because you're going to learn. You know where that is coming from, right? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Epic Center of Innovation, TN, Technext Coinference 3.0. A round of applause, please. And just to reiterate, this is the biggest blockchain gathering in Africa. Yes. And my name is Ayola Enola, like I said, but my brand name is Anyberry. And I'll be your guide, or let me say your co-guide through the exciting tech universe that we all have gathered here for today. In this fast pace, you and I know how the tech industry is changing and how everything is beginning to evolve. And hence the reason why we are all gathered here to learn, because no one is an island, right? All right, so the Technext Conference is more than just a conference. It is a convergence of brilliant minds, a nexus of possibilities, and this has been going on for 2 years, today making it the third year, the 3.0. Thank you so much, thank you. All right, so please note that this event is not just about what happens on stage. It's about the connections that you forge along the hallways as you walk through, the conversations that spark in breakout sessions, and the network lounges. It's about tapping into collective knowledge and passion of everyone gathered here, because you truly can't do life alone. How many people believe that? You can't do life alone. You know, right? You need to collaborate. You can't do life alone. All right? So you can't do life alone, hence the reason you need not just the knowledge, but collaborations and inspirations. Hence why we have in attendance great innovators, thoughtful leaders, industry titans, disruptors, visionaries, and tech enthusiasts from around the world as our keynote speakers for today. I think you should put a round of applause for the organizers for having to bring everyone together. Thank you very much. So whether you are a tech guru or a curious newcomer eager to make a mark, I encourage that you seize this opportunity and this moment fully to encourage in discussions, ask questions, don't be shy, please, and also share ideas. Find a place in this ever-evolving tech landscape. I want to use this medium to say, on behalf of myself and my co-host, I would like to say a big thank you to our amazing sponsors.
Fuse.
A round of applause, please.
Sponsors. Senol. I think we have them there as well. Expert. Quidax. Come on, we can do better than that.
Of course.
Hyperspace. And Beats Butter.
And our partners.
We have Web3 Bridge. Yeah, please, let's keep that going.
Keep clapping. The clapping side is the winning side.
We have Crypto Bootcamp Community. We have Legit.ng. And we have the Gen Z Techies.
All right, and to all attendees seated here, I want you to welcome yourself.
Please put your hands together.
Please put your hands together for yourself, for being here, for having to come all the way from the United States of wherever you're coming from. We just want to say thank you for being part of the Technext Coinference 3.0. Together, we will explore the frontiers of technology, and I have no doubts that the innovations and connections first year will resonate far beyond these walls, right? All right, so let's dive into an unforgettable journey for the Technext Coinference 3.0.
Please put your hands together for our... Please do better than that. Do better than that. Okay. Thank you. So we're going to be going right into the event. But before we do that, another task that we've been saddled with as the host today is to try as much as possible to get the event trending on social media, via Twitter, via LinkedIn, via Instagram. And for that, we have an official hashtag that we're going to be using. Does anyone know the hashtag for the event? Does anyone know? What's it? Sorry? 3.0.
You can answer that, then I'll take you home to my mom. Answer that, please.
She's actually married, so just forget that. Anyway, so the official hashtag for the event, we have 3 hashtags we're working with, so you can actually use any one, and hopefully we're going to get the trending. So we have TNC 2023.
Yes.
We have Technext Coinference 2023.
Yes.
And we have TNC3.
Yes.
Let me come again. We have TNC 2023. We have Technext Coinference 2023. And we have TNC3. So whichever one you want to use. You know what? Let's even do that right now. Everybody has their phones here, right?
Right.
Can you bring out your phone?
Please
take a picture.
Bring out your phone. Selfie.
Make a tweet. Make a video. Come on, let's do it.
Bring out your phones, please.
Bring out
Let's
your
get
phones.
this trending online, please.
Come on, I'm waiting for
really
you.
Really important.
Let's do that quickly. Take a picture, make a video, make a tweet with the official hashtag, and let people know that you are here and you're about to have an unforgettable experience. So we're just going to give like 30 seconds for us to do that right now.
Shalom, I think if they are kind of shy, they don't want to upload their pictures.
You should take one, right? You
could take a picture of myself and my co-hosts because you are looking amazing. Thank you. We are posting. Okay. We are posting now.
I think you are snapping us now. Okay. So,
all right, so one more thing. So we have, for every gathering, I don't know about you, for every gathering, there's usually a slogan that we should always coin out. I wouldn't know if anyone here, definitely you should know the theme of this conference, right? Right? Okay, so now this is what we are going to be doing. Either myself or my co-hosts, whenever we give a call, whenever we say Technext Coinference 3.0, then you all reply by saying
new frontiers, new opportunities. Can we do that?
Can we do that? So we make a call. We say Technext Coinference 3.0. No way, not with that energy. Not with that energy. No, I think you should do it. Let's
start. Like I said, our balance is based on this, so please help us to help you. So ladies and gentlemen, Technext Coinference 3.0. Technext Coinference 3.0. So everybody all together now. Technext Coinference 3.0.
New frontiers, new opportunities.
Okay, please put your hands together for yourself. Without further ado, we're going to be going into the program now. Yes. And to give the welcome address, I would love us to welcome on stage the managing editor of Technext. Please put your hands together as we call on stage Tomiwa Ojo. Please put your hands together.
A round of applause, please. Keep clapping till he gets on the stage. Keep clapping, because the clapping will make him work faster. Keep clapping, keep clapping. They will clap for you too. They will celebrate you. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Good morning once again. Although I want to appreciate Shalom and Anyberry for that amazing introduction, even though they could not pronounce my name correctly. But I'll forgive them later, maybe remove it from their balance. Yes, so good morning, everyone. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. My name is Oluwatomi Ojo. Like the host already said, I'm the managing editor at Technext. And it is my absolute pleasure to tell everybody attending the Technext Conference for the first time that welcome. I know that some of us have been at the previous editions of the Technext Conference, and to you guys, I want to say welcome back. I feel like you already know what to expect, but I want to promise that this year's edition is going to be very different. Today, I'm particularly humbled that this number of people have turned out today. I know that a significant number of people are still on their way here. You know, being a public holiday in Nigeria, it's a day that many people want to rest, take a break from their busy schedule and spend time with their friends and families. But you guys have honored our invitation again for the third consecutive year, and I just want to appreciate you guys. I think we should appreciate ourselves as well. I believe that the willingness for you to actually spend your time today engaging in fruitful conversations that will bring about individual and collective success is a testament to how much we all want to see the continuous growth of the Nigerian tech ecosystem and the country and Africa in general. I dare say that the future of this continent and the ecosystem, or the tech ecosystem, is very bright, and if you continue to partake in events like this, the sky is really the limit. I want to extend special gratitude to all the speakers who will be making keynote presentations today. Some of them will be joining in panel discussions on different conversations across the event. Well, I understand that it is not very easy to carve out this time from your very busy schedule. Some of you have come from different locations across the world, and I honestly appreciate you guys that have come here to speak to us today. So to Mr. Chris Annie of Digital Abundance, Madam Ruth Iselema of Bitmama, Mr. Obi Emetaram of Zone, Mr. Olubumi Fabanwo from Binance, Mr. Paul Okeogo from Chocolate City, Mr. Malik Afegboa from Slick City Media. I am very grateful to you guys for making the time to be here today. Please let us appreciate all our speakers that have been. This edition of the Technext Conference, the Technext Conference 3.0, would not be possible without the amazing individuals who make up the team at Technext, and also our sponsors and partners who continue to back our mission of democratizing information that allows Africans to leverage new and innovative technology that will take our continent to the next level. I want to use this opportunity to appreciate Fuse, Senua, BitBata, Hyperspace, Quidax, Changera, Expert, Bitmama, just to only name a few, because the list of people that have helped us put this event together is really long, and time will not allow us to mention everybody's name. So thank you, guys. If you look around, you see that some of our sponsors actually have booths, and I want to encourage everybody attending this event today to interact with their representatives so that we can learn more about the amazing offerings that they have for us. And some of them even have freebies that we can enjoy today. I want to extend my gratitude to our partners, the CBAN, Stakeholders in Blockchain Technology Association of Nigeria, the Crypto Bootcamp community, Web3 Bridge, Gen Z Techies, and our amazing friends from the media. Because without you guys and the attendees, this event will not be half as glamorous as it is. This year's edition of the Technext Conference is themed Disruptive Tech, New Frontiers, New Opportunities. All of us are aware that technology has the ability to disrupt the way we live our life, the way we work, the way we do everything that we do, just by bringing a new set of patterns to how we operate in these phases. Over the past few years, we've seen very new technologies like the crypto, the NFTs, the DeFi system, artificial intelligence. We've seen the way these things have changed the way we think about, the way we live our lives. In fact, there are many new trends in existing technology that has really affected the way many Africans live and work today. But while these new technologies will continue to come up, we need to find a way to actually learn as much as possible about them and leverage them for our own individual and collective benefit. we as Africans could not directly impact or maybe even really benefit from the first industrial revolution. And the same thing when the second industrial revolution happened. But now, today, in 2023, and because of the kind of materials that we have access to, we actually have the chance to not only benefit from the next wave, we can actually lead it. And it is events like the Technext Coinference that will better position us to achieve this goal. So today there will be different conversations about what this new and emerging technology holds for Africans and how all of us can benefit from them. Today, all of us attending, all of us speaking can expect to learn so much about the blockchain industry, the payment system, gaming system, artificial intelligence, and so much more from the experienced players who are already disrupting these spaces. Our schedule today is fully packed, and I am confident that myself and every other person sitting here, every other person on their way, would be able to leave this place with more knowledge, a larger network that will greatly improve how we live and how we interact with our society. This is a very big opportunity to meet with like minds, meet with other innovators, meet with other talented individuals in tech space. I believe that many new relationships will be built today that will go on to cause further disruption that will affect the entire world. I wish everyone here today would have a very interesting day as we all learn, the way we engage with one another, the way we network with each other from everything that we gain today, and we'll move one step further in using disruptive technology to propel Nigeria and Africa into a sustainable and developed economy. So thank you so much. Welcome again, everybody.
You should keep clapping. I thought we had an agreement. You keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you. So now let's do this again. A round of applause for Mr. Tomiwo, right? I think we're correct this time. Mr. Tomiwo. Mr. Tomiwo, Tomiwa. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that wonderful welcome speech. All right. So now let's do this. Technext Coinference 3.0. Let's do it again. I need you guys to be energetic. Yes, I can understand your techies, but please put some fun, energy, and paparazzi to it. Okay, let's go again. Technext Coinference 3.0. I think these people here, they are against us. These are the people for us, right? Should I face them? Huh? Okay, so now let's do it. Technext Coinference 3.0. All right, thank you. Technext Coinference 3.0, everybody. All right, without wasting much time, we'd like to move to the next program order, and that's the keynote presentation, the blockchain industry, new frontiers, new possibilities, by one of our keynote speakers for today. All right, so we have Mr. Chris Annie, the CEO of Dabasco. Chris Annie has put dedication, foresight, and risk-taking ability to rise to the top of the food chain in Nigeria's blockchain industry. He is the founder of Digital Abundance, one of the Nigeria's foremost cryptocurrency training and education establishments. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me on stage as our first speaker for today, Mr. Chris Annie. A round of applause, please. Keep clapping, please. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so I want a better response. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, fellow enthusiasts, fellow visionaries in the cryptocurrency and the blockchain industry, I have a topic before me titled The Blockchain, Exploring the Challenges and, of course, New Frontiers and New Possibilities. And I hope that in the next few minutes, I will be able to do enough justice to this. For me, I like to call this industry crypto Of course, so I could be using the intersection of blockchain and crypto. The only word I'm not so comfortable with that we've used since 2022 or 21 is the word Web3. I kind of still not feel a balance with that. So Africa has a population of over 1.3 billion people. And amongst these 1.3 billion people, imagine for a moment the entire landscape of Africa, from the hustles and bustles in the streets of Ikeja, Oshodi, the streets of Lagos, to places like Nairobi or Benin Republic. And there's need for us to do business across these states, countries, Kenya, Nigeria, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa. And imagine for once that we have a technology that beyond or with just beyond the internet can connect us, and value can be transferred from somewhere in Osun State to somewhere in Johannesburg, South Africa, without the need of a central bank. And so that's why today, my keynote presentations on the new frontiers and the new blockchain technology, we explore the following. First, we explore the challenges that is facing implementation of the blockchain industry or implementation of blockchain in Africa. And after that, we will now look at the possibilities. We'll look at the potentials. We'll look at what is in need for Africa with the blockchain technology. If you want to write, please get notes, because I will teach and share certain points. I feel that if we deal with these things, of course, there's a bright future for us in Africa. Are we ready? Okay, so let's look at some of the challenges of implementing blockchain technology first of all. Number one is lack of internet infrastructure and technology usage. Have you noticed that sometimes when you book Bolt or Uber, your Uber driver starts asking you, where's your location? And so why is he asking for a location when the same thing is still there on that simple application? What about internet penetration? There are some places if you go to today, even in almighty Lagos, it will still be hard for you to probably access simple things like Google or your web browser because of lack of internet infrastructures. So imagine for those who are also in rural communities, okay? From the last statistics or data I got, Morocco and Egypt have the highest internet penetration. Nigeria is still sitting at about 50 to 55%. So, and you can't talk about people using blockchain for money transfer or whichever use case without internet. So that's one of the problems hindering blockchain implementation in Africa, or usage, or what we call use case. Let's look at another one. Another one is lack of infrastructure. And so there is a lot of potentials with us using blockchain. And before I continue, I want us to know something. A lot of people keep saying, away from a little bit of the discussion I'm having here, a lot of people keep saying things like, the crypto market is in a bear market. But if we look at it at the other angle, we are currently in a blockchain bull run, especially for private blockchains. You won't see a problem with government trying to implement simple things like blockchain policy for whatever they want to do for government. So there are blockchain programs, blockchain infrastructures, maybe on the private level, not at the public level. And when I say at the public level, I mean public blockchains like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all of them that you may have it. There are parastatals, individuals, companies that are implementing, using blockchains. If we even get to understand it, some of these CBDs or similar things like Inera are trying to incorporate, or they will use blockchain infrastructure. So there's a blockchain bull run already happening. Blockchains being used in parastatals, governments, to do whatever they want to do. Of course, we can also see that recently there was this blockchain policy released by either federal government or one of those parastatals, the former minister of, is it digital economy or so, and information. So let's look at it. We have a problem of infrastructure. What's the level of power or energy that we have? We can't host or power a Bitcoin mining facility in Africa, in Nigeria. How many of you have seen a Bitcoin mining farm in Nigeria? Zero. But in a place like Texas, there's a huge economy for Bitcoin mining. And the problem is this. A lot of us keep looking for several use cases, companies who are to work in crypto, and it looks like everything is just what we're doing is just WhatsApp, internet, and it stops there. Why? Because there are no infrastructures to power Bitcoin mining farms, for instance. And you know that when an industry is opened, it creates other demand for other value chains. For instance, by the time you want to buy or do Bitcoin mining, you're going to buy physical instruments, you're going to buy hardwares, and those hardware will create demand for people who are producing it, the game cards and all that. We don't have those things. And that's why it looks as if everything about Africa concerning crypto is limited to buying and selling. So we still lack infrastructure. One of the problems we also have, or before that, I want us to also know that as of today, with the entire Bitcoin mining facility in the US, they have a market cap of about $10 billion. That's revenue. That's cap. That's value on its own. So that's one problem too we're facing too with implementing crypto or blockchain in Africa. Let's look at another problem before we now look at what are the future potentials, current and future potentials for blockchain technology in Africa. Another one we have is political hurdles that is making us have regulatory uncertainty. Since 2017, I won't be able to share a picture here, but way back 2017, I was among those who used to go to CBN headquarters. So there was a time we had a symposium with crypto for crypto implementation, blah, blah, blah. We had so many talks. And since 2017, what year are we in now? Louder. So 2017 to 2018, 19, 20, 2021, 22, 23. It's been 6 years of going back and forth. Until today, we don't know the regulatory system for crypto in Nigeria. And it's the same thing in different parts of Africa. So for me, I stopped attending any meeting that has to do with talking with regulators. Because at the end of the day, it is not about the meeting we have. It is about what the political system decides for crypto. Somebody woke up one day and said they are banning crypto. 2021. And we just woke up and boom, crypto is banned from doing trading with banks. So that's a problem. And because of that, you would see things like either police harassment. Imagine when the police sees wallets, sees buying and selling on your WhatsApp group, automatically flags you as what? A Yahoo boy, as an internet fraudster. And if you've never done internet fraudster, you're now a victim of regulatory uncertainty. So that's some of the problems that has hindered blockchain implementation or even use case and adoption in Africa. Am I making some points here? And so let's look at another one too that is making us, because I know I'm not just talking to people who came to, a lot of us already are in crypto. A lot of us are already in the cryptocurrency industry. So events like these or meetings like these are there for us to now look at. If we see these challenges, what are the ways we can carve, shape a new future for this industry? And how are we going to navigate through the problems to bring out solution? Because at the end of the day, man himself can't do without problems. It is because of problems that we can bring out invention. Someone said, necessity is the mother of invention. So we will always find our way to make the industry better. And I'm sure that's the reason why we are also here, to learn, network, look at the problems, look at how we can collaborate together to make this industry become what it ought to be. Another problem that has happened in crypto, or that has affected blockchain implementation in Africa, is lack of trust and education. So first of all, we've had people, some last month, I was admitted into the emergency unit of Evercare. I had a serious health issue. And while I was in the emergency, they took me on a wheelchair down to the emergency before they could get me. I didn't even know, I wasn't so conscious of myself. And so there was this young doctor. When they finished giving me the drip at the emergency unit, they finished doing what they did, and I was fine and okay. And they were now going to run other tests to know what exactly was wrong with me. Then the doctor that was looking at me, the young doctor that was treating me, just came in and like, thank God, I know you'll be fine. So I'm like, so how are you doing now? How is your friend Tola? I said, Tola, fine. Yeah, I know you guys, the crypto guys. I bought Dogecoin 2021. I said, God. Doctor bought Dogecoin. Doctor, it's Tolani you're following, not me. And, I just kept it there. The thing, I said, Doctor, how is it doing? He said, the thing has fallen. I'm ready to hold it for the next 5 years. Inside my mind, I said, Doctor, did you follow me or Tolani? So I'll tell you, I'm not the one who recommended you to buy Dogecoin at the top, please. And you could see that at that moment, the guy is like, of course, there was no threat. I was just using that as an example. There was no threat. Treated me and all that. But crypto has gone so wild that you could imagine a medical doctor who works somewhere in Evercare telling you he has access to it because probably he saw somebody, Chris Annie, Tolani, one Joseph, one Chuta talking about it on the internet, and he got it. And imagine that guy, imagine the same doctor using his 2 months salary to buy Dogecoin in 2021. How will you look at crypto after there is a 60, 80% retracement in price? Of course, he will start losing trust, one. Aside that, there has been fraudulent Ponzi schemes, scams that have gone on the cryptocurrency industry or platforms that have used crypto to move money. For instance, there was a day last 2-3 weeks, somebody recommended somebody to come do because I run a crypto OTC DEX that does both FX, help people to transfer money, do remittance within and outside Nigeria. And this guy needed to change money. So the next thing we asked was KYC. And this young man was resisting KYC. He was going to transfer huge amounts of money, 100 million to buy USDT from me. And I'm like, we are going to do KYC confirmation. Only for me to verify that the Naira was about to transfer to us was from a Ponzi platform. So he had already received Naira, and the next thing is, he's going to transfer the same Naira to my platform, and I will give him USDT. And so, people have had that. There are people who, in short, when I came into crypto 2016, one of the first guys I had crypto from was from somebody who plays betting, runs a betting agency, and in his house, he was like a guider for MMM United. And so, imagine using crypto to do all these stuff. It will also reduce trust amongst people. So, the thing is this. Crypto, like any other technology, is neutral. Like money, it is neutral. It is what you use it for that determines. It's no longer just about crypto itself. But for you to sanitize the average African to tell them, see, it is not crypto that is fraudulent. It is the people who are using these things. It's a problem. Because when trust is broken, it is actually hard to now mend it. Then you now talk about education. There's been a lack of course, we've been trying to do education. But I try to tell people something. One of the problems we still have with cryptocurrency education is that, first of all, there is still a little bit of gap in technology education first as a country. When I was growing up, when you were 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, after secondary school, the first thing you're doing is to go and learn computer appreciation. That's the first way we got into tech. But today, everyone wants to move from learning computer appreciation. They won't learn computer appreciation. They want to jump into coding because they heard that coding is where the new money is. So that's the problem. You now see young people who know how to use social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, but they can't use a computer. If you do a research now, you will see that. Of course, there are people who their parents are privileged, the young ones who at the age of 4, 5, they start using tabs already. So there's still an educational gap in technology. There's still a technology education gap. We're still talking to youths who, when they need to use Google, They want to prefer to ask you the question and use Google. And your ability to use Google is even a small test of an IQ, of your IQ. So let's look at the last one for this, financial barrier. Some of the things hindering blockchain implementation or use case in Nigeria, in Africa, is also lack of funding. Of course, according to MCO, they said blockchain funding has increased over the past 1-2 years. But the truth is that for how long? For how much? Some of the fundings have either gone to NFT programs that somebody made this joke last week in one of our crypto group, one of the early crypto groups in Africa. I said, so they released the report. NFTs are down 93%. And somebody now said, Omo, Shebi crypto, we say we won't go bank the unbank. It can't be like saying that the unbank, they make money now. If you get the joke, he's trying to say those people who did not do anything with the NFTs, with your crypto, it's as if their monies are safe. And those also try to do the banking thing, do the thing for 2 years. Of course, that's the joke. But we've seen things on head of us and all these things. But there's no problem with that. The only problem I have is this. I do think that if we're funding NFTs and we're for Africa, we're having a misplaced priority. Let those in the West do those ones. Let those of us. The major problem we have today is to create crypto infrastructures that can enable Ebuka in Enugu send money to Li Wang in China, and the thing is seamless, and I don't need a central bank for this. So this will take me to the next things. What are the potentials, or how is crypto, or how is blockchain helping African economy, or how will it also help African economy? So let's go to this next phase, or the last phase of my teaching. How are we going to use blockchain to redefine the economy of African countries and the importance for the future? Now, hear this. Imagine a world where transactions, every contract is recorded on an unchangeable ledger. Imagine if all the houses in Lekki Phase 1, in Victoria Island, have a way we can track land usage documents. Imagine a place where my late father exposed me earlier on to buying cars in Cotonou. And recently, there was a time, 2019 or so, the last time I was in Benin Republic, I saw the bottleneck involved in people carrying Naira to go and buy cars in places like Benin Republic. So what if we just have the guy who is selling the car there at the Seme border and the guy who wants to buy here in Nigeria? I don't need to go to UBA. I don't need to go to film from A, from C, from D, from Central Bank. It's easy for me to either use stable coin or Bitcoin to move money and do transactions so easy. In short, when I was doing this crypto tour in Ghana, Cameroon, Benin Republic, Togo some years back, you could see some traders talk about the bottlenecks of just changing money. And when we began to expose them to the use of Bitcoin, USDT, they saw how seamless it is, but they still had the problem where they would change. From there, a local market was created. So we could change from local CFA to USDT, USDT to local CFA, and find a way to still bring the same money to Naira, because we still need to buy from here. So if you look at these things, they create business opportunities for you. If I were you today, I would look at all these bottlenecks in Africa and find a way to create a business out of it. In business, in building a business, in starting a business, one of the things you must know first is that you don't need to go and create demand. You only need to look for an existing problem and meet the demand by providing solution. Am I making sense here? And so let's look at some of the potentials. Number one potential, or way we can redefine the economy of Africa with blockchain, is e-government. E-government. So blockchain can improve transparency and efficiency in government operations, reducing corruption and improving public services. Digitalized government processes such as procurement, internal voting can benefit from the security and transparency of blockchain. My problem is this. We talk a lot about these things in conferences, events, with very little implementation. Very, very little. And I think that has to change. And that's why I wish that in events like this, we have these government officials, systems, regulators, business leaders who are also coming here to be part of this, to also hear and see the potential. Number two, where we can use blockchain to redefine the economy of Africa is access to capital. Easier access to capital. Now, take a look at this. Imagine you have a crowdfunding platform like GoFundMe, or you have a platform on the internet that helps businesses to raise capital. And I don't need to just send. So there was this friend of mine. He was raising way back in 2021, I think Paycos. And he said one of his investors, I think in US or one country like that, they talked on Telegram. And after talking on Telegram, it was time for after listening to his speech, it was time for the guy to invest. And the guy just sent him about 60, 70,000 USDT. There was no need for the same money to pass through your CBN, pass through your bank. He had access to it. There was no need. The same guy to register his company in the US or anywhere and have his money domiciled in the US bank account. So for the first time in history, I can stay in Nigeria and I have investors all around the world, and I do not even need to have a bank account. Access to capital. I know that things like ICOs have been rubbished, but let me give you the initial concept for ICO. ICO is saying, okay, let's say I have a business. I run a company called Daba. Daba is an edutech platform, and I know that Daba will be profitable in the next few years. So the next thing I do is I create a transferred to London. And I had, when they were having a conversation, and I had crypto, and I had Bitcoin, not even crypto. And so I went on the internet. I'll end with this. I went on the internet and searched what is Bitcoin. And this guy called Andreas Antonopoulos showed up. He was teaching, I think, in Italy, the KPMG, some of these big four accountings. They were bankers in that hall. And it was the guy that inspired me into this crypto thing. And I finished listening to him. I was gripped. I was like, what? So there could be a network, an application that is based on consensus that one can use to send money from Brazil to Yugoslavia without any bottleneck. That day, from 6 p.m. that evening till 6 a.m. the next day, I was on YouTube watching videos. I got crazy and I took notes. I called one of my friends. I said, Maha, it's like a mentee to me. I was broke then. I had, how much did I have? And the guy gave me 200,000 naira loan. And I went on and I said, I'm going to start this Bitcoin thing. So I got one guy online. His name is Monday. So I trekked to the fast food to look for him. He showed me a blockchain wallet. I said, I want to buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin was reading at $599. And immediately I bought, it went to 600, came back again to 598. And the excitement for me when I got my first Bitcoin was the sound on blockchain wallet. Dong. That thing was so sweet. I felt it. I said, what? So every time I'm doing business, so I started talking about Bitcoin, and people from Spain, people started reaching out to me. Chris, what's this crypto thing? I started talking to them. I even wrote a free ebook on ABC of crypto. Then on, I'm going somewhere with this. It is good that we have the NFTs, the meme coins. We want to get the Lambos. Those things are very good. We came here for the Lambos. We came here because we want to get rich. Financial inclusion and remittance is one major potential for crypto, for blockchain implementation. In short, I get comfortable using the word blockchain because Bitcoin is the first public blockchain. The invention of Bitcoin as an electronic peer-to-peer cash system is what made us to say, okay, let them build something that is a network, the public blockchain. And with all the bottlenecks we have in Africa, people now find it easier to go to Coinbase and send $100, $1,000. Auntie Wumi is in US. She needs to send money for her dad who is in Edo State. And she just sends the money. Her dad may not know how to convert the money, but there is one Chigozie that is the son or the last born. And that one knows how to use it. And that guy converts the money and pays for dad's medical bill, pays for all these things. Guess what has happened? I don't need to go through Coinbase, Western Union, UBA, and all those things. Those bottlenecks have gone on, have been removed. We can increase trade transaction volumes. Let me even give you an expo. A lot of your fintech platforms in Nigeria today are currently using stable coins to power operations. That's to tell you how big the industry you are in is. Somehow, we may not be a standalone infrastructure to just be a business. But if we can't be a standalone infrastructure alone all the time, we can be the things that help to power a lot of businesses. There are people, USDT did a documentary. A particular woman, during the Naira issue, when people were coming to her, she couldn't see Naira. There was money transfer was hard. People were paying in USDT to her, stable coins. These things have happened. Young Ghanaians are doing this. Young tech executives are doing this. And so, I know our focus may want to be how we can get the 10x and the 50x. Beyond that, you can build businesses with remittance. Build businesses that will bank the unbanked. I know those words have been used so much, but you can do these things. We can create these platforms. If we can go back to the original vision of what crypto is, it will make a lot of us cool down and actually sit down with ideas that will help Africa's economy. And see, young enthusiasts, young technology leaders, business leaders, we have Africa, 1.3 billion people. We have massive future in our hands. And I tell you, We can leapfrog. We can run if we could stay with the original visions that crypto and the blockchain technology has had for us. And that's why I'm calling everyone today. Don't just look at the Lambos again. Don't just look at how I'm buying the deep or I'm not buying the deep. I know some of you have stopped buying the deep because the more you bought the deep, you became a deeper life person. Beyond that, we could do something transformational. I tell you this, your floaters, your pay stacks, your business leaders, your this thing, Kenya, Ghana, this is increasing. Crypto payment platforms are also coming up on the rise. And so you should also get ready for this revolution. The blockchain technology isn't just another buzzword for us. Hey, blockchain, blockchain, blockchain. I know they've told you so many of those things. But hey, if there's anything I'll give you today in this event, focus on the core. It's a P2P cash system. Go on Binance P2P system. Check the daily volumes that happen. It is strengthening your stock market. It is strengthening some of the things they use Naira for. Some people even prefer. This guy was 16 years old when he came into crypto. Guess what? He never had a bank account at 16. And he was able to still do money transaction. Freelancers can stay in Nigeria. And you could have business people, if your bank accounts cannot receive all the dollars, you use crypto. Let's explore and let's keep re-emphasizing this usage. And let me tell you, when we do this, we are the one who have the upper hand over regulators. My CBAN president will be here. My CBAN members or some of our executives will be here. When you ask them, how does Chris Ani react to regulator? I'll tell you, we know the technology in our hand. If you know how powerful this thing called the blockchain technology is, you won't be begging government to use it. You won't beg the government to sit down in a meeting room because you now have economic freedom in your hand. And you can go to Dubai without Naira, and you can move there and get to Dubai and spend money. You can go to Israel and spend money. You can go to Yugoslavia and spend money. And you're no longer limited by the economic policy or monetary policy of your central bank. Do not take this technology for granted. There's a future we're building here. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together. That was a very insightful session, and I took a couple of things away that I just want to quickly reiterate. The first thing that Chris said was that you don't need to create demand. Look for a problem somewhere and ensure that you're providing a solution. And the demand for whatever it is you're providing will certainly come. And another thing that he said that really stuck with me was that I said we need to become more business-oriented in the blockchain industry rather than being more of gambling-oriented. And I think those are words that we should actually put to us. Can we put our hands together for him again? That was actually a beautiful session. Okay. So as much as possible, we've tried to make this event very accessible to everyone. And currently, we are streaming the event live on YouTube. So peradventure, you have one or two people who could not make it down to the event physically. You could just tell them to go to the YouTube channel, just Technext, and they can join us virtually from literally anywhere in the world. So if you have someone who could not make it down because of traffic, because of other engagements, just let them know that we're currently streaming online and they can join us virtually. Do not forget to continue posting using the official hashtag TNC3, TNC 2023, and Technext Coinference 2023. I think I need to state the conference is not spelled conference, it's spelled Coinference. So it's C-O-I-N, then friends, not conference. So it's Technext Coinference 2023. So that we don't take too much of our time, we're going to be going to the next session now. It's going to be the breakout session, but then we're not going to be breaking out, and that's the thing. We're all going to be here, and we're going to enjoy the session together. Quickly, before we do that, I want to appreciate a couple of our sponsors as well. And just like we did the other time, once I mention their name, please put your hands together and just to appreciate them. So please, part of our sponsors, Beats Mama. Come on, let's put our hands together for that. Yeah. Another sponsor we have joining us also is Changera. Please put your hands together for them. I mean, literally, without them, we won't be able to put this together. We really, really do appreciate them. So, to take us on the next session, where we're going to be discussing about the future of entertainment with NFTs and AI, we'll be emphasizing on disruptive technologies such as NFTs, artificial intelligence, on the African entertainment industry, and how creators can leverage this opportunity. I want us to put our hands together as we welcome one of Technext's very own, a journalist at Technext, Michael Akuche. Please put your hands together for him. He's going to be moderating the session. Please continue putting your hands together for him before he comes on stage. And just so we know, this is going to be a panel session, and right after the panel session is done, we're going to be taking some questions. So I know we need to take questions for the keynote session, so as much as possible, do jot down all the questions. Do jot down all your questions. Do jot down all your questions so that you'll be able to ask them when the session is over. So once again, please put your hands together for Michael.
Good morning, everyone. I am Michael Akuche. I write for Technext, and I am very excited to be here. And for this panel session, essentially, will dwell upon two very important disruptive trends in technology, which is NFT and AI. I know most of us have heard about AI everywhere, ChatGPT, BARD, and all of that. But of course, this panel session will dwell on the future of AI and NFT in entertainment. 2 years ago, Buju, or rather Benson, who formerly was known as Buju, released an NFT collection, and there's a whole lot, that is happening in the entertainment industry, and for us to actually understand what's happening, and I believe we have content creators here, people actually want to embrace these trends, and for us to actually understand how these trends are shaping industry, I have 4 very intelligent people who will be joining me shortly, and just to discuss. So just give me a moment, okay? All right, so I will be calling to the stage Ven Oputa, the founder of Afro Bubble. Okay. Next up, I have Paul Okeogo. Thank you. You can just come in here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then join me to welcome Ebenezer Ugo Akachukwu. And finally, we have Malik Afegboa. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we have 4 persons here, but I'm sure we don't know what they do. But of course, we know that, yes, they are in the industries that I just mentioned. So I'm just going to provide a brief summary about who they are and what they do. So I'm going to start with Ebenezer Ugo Akachukwu. He is the founder of Safe Fi Tech. He's a computer scientist and music executive from Nigeria. He actually gained experience working as A&R at Sony Music West Africa, contributing to the deals that brought Davido and Wizkid to the major label. So, yeah. Moving on, we have Ven Oputa, the founder of Afrobubble. He's a seasoned blockchain technology enthusiast and a builder who is excited about the opportunity the space provides. Malik Afeboa, the CEO of Slick City Media, is a visionary. He's a filmmaker, artist, and designer. Yeah, and I just wanted to just note that Malik actually is, he's very involved in AI, and I'm especially glad that he's here because there's a whole lot that I want to discuss, and I believe that he brings a vast wealth of experience to the panel. So moving on, we have Paul Okeogo, the founder and president of Chocolate City Group. Of course, the group that is synonymous with artists like MI, Black Bones, you know. So he's an experienced business development, sales, branding, and marketing executive. He has 20 years of experience working across different industries. So, I mean, okay, so jumping into the questions. For Ven Oputa, NFTs. I know what NFTs are. I know everyone here knows what NFTs are, but of course, in 2020, NFTs were huge, like the metaverse. Everyone was just talking about NFTs. But recently, people say that the hype has gone down. There was the first tweet that Jack Dorsey, the former founder of Twitter, the first tweet he made, that tweet was when someone bought it, it was worth $2.something million. But recently, it's selling for less than $3 to $5, and the value has significantly dropped. And I mean, we have people here, of course, that want to jump into NFTs, and they'll be wondering, I mean, if something was worth so much then, and now it's not worth anything right now, what do you think about the future of NFTs in general? Do you think like they are worthless, or do you believe that this is just a phase and they would, of course, the value would go up eventually?
Hi everyone. So, sorry for the delay. Listening to that, right, I can imagine that half of everybody here is like, it's dead, right? NFTs are trash, you know. But what is dead may never die, right? And so the biggest problem with this space and why everything has come crashing down, right, is because realities did not meet expectations, right? So the idea of NFTs where this was like the new way we could define ownership. And maybe that's the truth, right? Maybe that's what will happen. But at that particular point in time, right, is that we began to realize that the infrastructure, in order for these technology to be well accepted, isn't there yet. So it's obvious that with everything, right, just even given the market conditions that you've seen Bitcoin drop, you know, from all-time high of 69K to about 17 and back to 28 today, is that within the products of this ecosystem, because I'd like to think that NFTs were the first time we could use cryptocurrency to actually buy a product, right, a digital product, you know. So it was like the first product of crypto. And given that the market conditions are bad, it's obvious that, you know, those expectations won't be met. And so people are going to, you know, come up and say, oh no, this is dead, this is done, right? But I like to think like a virus in a system, right, once it's sort of into it, it will eventually spread. So I'm bullish about the case of NFTs. I think there will be the form of ownerships, right? Because given the world where we are, where half the people here, right, are on their phones, And just think about the next generation that, of kids that don't even know what analog systems are. Ownership is going to be defined by, non-fungible tokens. I'm very bullish about that, and that's just how I see the future of this space. So, Chris,
Okay.
is it good?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so essentially, we should still have hope.
Oh yes, definitely, have hope.
Okay.
What is
Okay.
dead may never die.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to Paul. I believe you're familiar with Eclipse Nkasi, a former promoter. And of course, he made the news for creating a music album in 3 years using AI. I mean, that's actually crazy because, I mean, I listen to music and of course, I know it's difficult to just write a song and then make an album out of it. It's crazy. And to think that AI helped with that process and shortened the time frame, what do you think? Do you think this is a trend? Do you expect to see more of this in the music industry?
Is that for me, right?
Paul, yeah.
All right, so thank you for having me. And so I think people always forget that the music industry has always gone through disruption. And today is no different. Like, I'm always amazed when I see the excitement, and people say, oh, AI has come and the music business will never be the same. And, I guess it's just a function of age. Maybe we're just older than a lot of people, but I remember when the music industry was, people pressing plates in sort of factories, right? I remember it was vinyl, and then somebody said, oh, wow, have you seen this new technology with sort of CDs? It's going to change everything forever. And then after a while, people said, oh, there's now Apple Music has come. The music industry is going to change forever. So like every 10 or so years, there's always something that happens to the music industry, right? So I don't think this is any different. I pretty much focus on the consumer. That's the one thing that never changes. The one constant is that people will listen to music, right? And however that music comes, it's a whole different thing. However, with AI in particular, there are some uses. Of course, there are some uses. For me, those uses are pretty much technical. So AI can help in many ways, for example, like speeding up the production process or helping you with some recommendation data. Because like now, music business is quite tech-driven as well. So we use quite a lot of data as well. So AI can help us to make the right recommendations, and so on and so forth. So I think the uses are very, very technical. The question is, when Nkasi, who used to work for me as well, when he made that album with using AI, what was the response? That's the most important thing, right? How many albums has he sold? How many streams has he garnered? That's what the industry is about. It's a sales business, right? It's not a business of, it's a music business, it's a sales business, right? So yeah, I think while I'm embracing the whole AI thing for its uses technically, I still focus a lot more on the consumer side and what people will do with music that they like. That's the most important thing. I hope that helps.
Okay, just as a follow-up question, aside from music, AI also helps writers, it helps journalists also to make our tasks easier. But of course, there is a thin line between using it as an assistant and then, just, will I say, giving in and then making it the boss. So at what point should musicians draw the line? Like, at what point should they allow their creativity to still speak?
So, I happen to own an agency as well, a couple of agencies actually, and I don't think there will ever be a time where you can replace human creativity, right? I'm not worried about that at all. That's the least of my worries. Because no matter how much AI grows, human creativity. Back. Yeah, so I was saying that human creativity, both in music, in any creative endeavor, music, film, agency, like in my agency, I have a couple of copywriters now who are panicking because of AI. They're like, okay, look, will I become obsolete? Will I lose my job because AI can do better than me? And I'm like, no, like the AI can help, but you still need that human creativity to sort of drive it. And for me, there's also the issue of the ethical issues around AI that are very important to look at. One wants to feel that they can trust the creativity of people, of products that are coming out. So there's that issue as well. But there's also the legal issues, right? The copyright issues. Some people have seen, personally, we've seen AI, put a couple of things together and produce a song. And is that legal? Is that ethical? And things. So there's a lot that we need to unpack with AI. And of course, a lot of it is very exciting. Like I said, I use ChatGPT myself. As somebody who writes a lot, it's helped me sometimes to speed up my sort of writing process. But I try not to lose myself in that whole process as well. So, and I think we all have to learn to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very helpful. Malik, yeah. So, Peter spoke about copyright issues, and of course, we've seen many situations where certain images which are not true, they've been used to misinform. For instance, there was an image of the Pope, the Catholic Pope, and he was in a puff jacket, which of course was found to be untrue. And then of course there's another issue of deep fake audio and all of that. So we are saying that AI can transform the entertainment industry, but of course we also have to do it the right way. We have to ensure that we're using AI responsibly. So how can a creator, or would I say the industry in general, how can we spot images used for misinformation?
Thank you. That's a great question. First of all, when we go past the facade and the buzz of AI, we understand that it's just a tool. And a tool can be used both ethically and unethically. And for instance, I use it as a tool to speed up my work process, but also to create. But the things that I create cannot be created by the next person because I train my own AI neural network with my own data. There's something called scraping, and scraping means when it gets the data off of the internet from everybody without permission, and that's where the problem lies. So I understand that because I work for big brands like Cadbury's, Marvel Studios, I can't be a part of that unethical thing. So I had to train, my neural network for that. So that being said, it's a tool, and it all comes back to the user and not the tool itself, because I can use it for anything. And literally, I used it for aspirational reasons and inspirational reasons, while some other people could be using it for deep fakes, misinformation, disinformation. But what I would say is, for you to be on the forefront, if you want to understand how not to be a victim, is to first of all understand the technology. How can it be used? I could see any image today, I know it's AI because I play in that space. A lot of people will look at it and go, wow, that's real. But that's because I understand, from, the physical sides and everything to it. So first understand this tech, its use case, the solution-based case, and it's not just a buzzword, it's a tool. So yeah, that's how I say. Yeah.
Sorry, can I add something? And also, people have been scamming for centuries. Like the internet just makes everything a lot closer. And scales things up. So people can see, today is a fake picture of the Pope. Years ago, there was something else. So I keep saying it's about, you can't take out the human, no matter what the tech is. At the end of the day, it's always about the human.
Okay, thank you very much. Still on you, Malik. There is this. You did a fashion show, an AI-powered fashion show for elders. I actually encountered that on Twitter, and I didn't know it was you. I think it was recently I discovered it was you because, I mean, it was amazing. And I read an interview on CNN where you discussed it and your thought process. And you mentioned that, of course, you use AI for your work to speed up the process. So I can believe that you are among the few persons or the few visual artists in Nigeria that are doing that. So for someone who's already in it and someone who's thriving in it, what essentially do you hope to see from other artists or players in the space looking to use AI? What essentially do you hope to see from them?
To adopt the technology for solution-based things, because first of all, there's a divide in the world, and that divide is the ones that don't understand it, that are saying, no, we don't want AI, or the ones that are saying, yeah, it's a tool, to speed up or for whatnot. But first, the thing is, understand it. There are many tools there that you could use. There are many tools that are even useless in terms of the AI that is, you could just try to use it for your work and it messes up your work. Like he said, you can't take away the creative person from it. It's always from your experience and from all of that feeds, your final output. But I would say adopt the tech for one, to understand it. If it works for you, use it. It's not a must. There are people that still that don't use technology if it doesn't work for them. But for me, I've always been a tech inclined person, from virtual reality to augmented reality, finding many different ways to express myself, in a very innovative way, which is why I play with AI. But I also understand the other side of every technology. There's always two sides to it. So I always like to play on the side that actually works for problem solving, or that actually works for things that could inspire or aspire. So understand the tech, first of all, before you even start to say you want to play in any space with it. Then, yeah, we'll take it from there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so for Ebenezer, hello. Okay, so to you, I ask, okay, so the world is changing. We're using AI in different ways, and as a musician, of course, we've already seen people use it to create albums and all of that. There was this, I think earlier this year, a song that AI was used for. I think it featured the voices of The Weeknd and Drake. Yeah, and I heard it, and of course, it was nice. But if someone had told me that, oh, AI did this, I would not have known, because, their voices, the blending was superb. So of course, when stuff like that, surfaces, and we see more of that happening, does that reduce the value of the musician's work? Of course, we know that the musician has put in the work for that, but by using AI, do you think that the musician's value is reduced? When the song drops and then people are listening, do they say, oh, the musician did this or the AI did this?
Thank you for the question. I don't necessarily think, in my opinion, that it takes away from the effort from the artist. And the reason why I say that is because, so one of the things that we do in artist development is when you want to develop an artist, you have to, first of all, educate them in the differences between the creative side and the business side of the music, right? So I think it's just that in Nigeria, we don't have proper structure. So I was checking Instagram a couple days ago, and I was going through a video of people who had written songs for famous hits, actually. And I think about a lot of Rihanna's songs, for instance, were written by somebody else. So in other cultures, these things are very normal. but over here, we're still growing, we're still getting accustomed to it. So taking taking whatever from that spotlight, it is very normal for an artist to have their work dissected into different sectors, into different sections or whatever. So bringing that down home to your question, AI, it's not counterproductive. On the flip side, actually, is very, very helpful. Like Paul said, it saves time. It helps the artists be able to churn out content faster. And in our world that's going more digital right now, it's important that you are churning out content as quick as you can, because every other person is putting out content, right? It also democratizes access to production tools. So back in the days, I'm an artist, I want to record, I have to book studio time, I have to look for a producer that matches my sound. Now you can do all that from the comfort of your room. So if you actually look at it, the pros kind of like outweigh the cons. I know you asked just about the benefits. Do I also go on with the risk as well? Or do I have to wait until you come to that part? Okay, so in summary, actually, no, it doesn't. Anything to make your work easier, to just get the content out. I think where the artist has to worry is things that have to do with copyright, plagiarism, like Paul also said, the ethical side of it. For instance, let's say genre like rap. If you want to use AI as a rapper to write your lyrics, I mean, that's cool. That's all right. But you don't want your fans to know that AI actually wrote this. There was a time Drake was so popular because they said he had a ghostwriter, and people don't realize it, but that actually kind of like dented Drake's career. People started seeing him as you're a singer writer. So for a genre like that, it kind of gets like a niche problem. You don't want people to see you like, so that AI writes for you. So yeah, copyright, plagiarism, the ethical side of it. Also right now, like Paul also said, the legal side. So there's no proper framework right now to accommodate, like you said, the song that had Drake and The Weeknd. It got so big, Universal had to step in. There was so much back and forth with the DSPs. Do we take it down? Is it violating laws? And at the end of the day, I think it came down to the part where the DSPs now have to start tweaking their terms and agreements and all that stuff, which with time is going to be more contemporary and more mainstream. So in answer to your question, I think the pros outweigh the cons. So if you're an artist here today and you're able to use AI to assist you in your production, there are even albums that are out there that are a collaboration between both human effort and AI as well. And if you even think about it down to even using AI, I know people today who are learning about prompts. So you even have to know, you still have to master how to use prompts with your AI as well. So it's not just about going in there and just typing in blah, 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 blah. You have to learn how to speak to the machine to actually get the exact thing that you want. So I hope that answers your question.
Can I say something? Right?
Yeah, sure.
So I've noticed in most of these conversations, right, there's always a, sort of commingling of NFTs and AI. And just coming from the conversation of, copyright infringement and things like that, right? Because we tend to look at NFTs as, these pump and dump mechanisms, same as crypto. But when you look at the technology underlying it, right, it's sort of defined to authenticate and protect ownership of, digital assets, right? That's what it is. So long term, right, is that when we see these issues whereby we have multiplicity of content running up and down, right? So you have an artist that, people are using AI per se to duplicate their work. And personally, that's good for the artist if you're the one producing that content, because you're multiplying yourself. But in a case whereby it isn't you, right, and you can't really control what people are doing, the only best way where you can sort of generate or collect value from your piece of content is by proving you are the owner. Like you are, that piece of content is yours. And that's where the underlying technology of NFTs come to play. So it's the same reason why I talk about like the features of NFTs, right? It's like a virus. And for most of the problems it will solve, we haven't yet paid attention to them. But going down the line, we're going to really look at how this non-fungible tokens will help creators, industry experts, artists, musicians sort of protect their content and sort of democratize how they spread that content. So I just wanted to add that.
Sorry, Michael. Can I add to that as well? Because, like you said, AI, NFTs, there's like a lot of similarities between the two technologies. And I like to tell people that with the more the digital economy gets bigger and gets more popular and gets more valuable, we're going to see a lot of tools like this coming to the entertainment industry. Because if you think about the digital economy, the entertainment industry kind of like drives it. So I'm talking about music, comedy, movies. These are the things that are actually making young people rich right now. So with technology like NFTs, I don't even want to go too much into that because my question is about AI, but I am crazy. Actually, Ven is my guy. Ven even knows me, but he doesn't know my metaverse handle. We're in the same communities as well. So with music and NFTs, NFTs are actually going to liberate a lot of artists, and they don't even know it yet because apart from ownership, it helps with the community growth and building your fan base. At the same time, you get to make more money, whether it's passive income, whether it's money from your own digital assets themselves. These non-fungible tokens are going to be like a channel into global liquidity, because you can't talk about blockchain without talking about DeFi. He was talking about finance and the monetary policies, which is like the biggest effect of blockchain tech. So with NFTs, you get access into global liquidity, which means that you can find a buyer for your stuff 24/7, 365. So I don't want to go too much into that because that's his active events question. Thank you.
Sorry,
Yeah.
can I add something, please?
Okay.
I wanted to link it to what our keynote speaker said, which I enjoyed very much. It was very, very good. Thank you for that. I'm going to link it to that, and then link it to this, and link it to this. So I like what he said about solving African problems. I think sometimes when these new technologies come, everybody gets so excited, and everybody's like, yo. But then we always forget to come back and solve Africa's problems. So here's the good part. If you remember how our industry started, when we were in the early days, it was like wild, wild west, right? We had a lot of piracy. We couldn't control our own economy. We had people stealing our songs. We had sites jacking the songs and everything like that. So from that point of view, a local application for NFTs would be sort of doubling down and reiterating the smart contract, right? And making sure that you are able to assign ownership of a digital property to a guy. So which would help us immediately reduce piracy. It's one thing that the government has been struggling to do for years. They can't do it. They've been changing DG of NCC 20 times. They can't do it. We've been going for meetings in Abuja every year. Can't do it. The truth is that if we get the right people in the room, we could fix that with NFTs. That's not the same NFT as people trying to sell art for $20 million. See, that's a pipe dream, right? That's something it's a Hollywood thing, right? Oh, there's these 3 monkeys, buy them for $10 and make $3 million. I don't do that, right? But applications in real life where you can say, look, can I protect these artists, right? Can I make sure that and then back to AI and the question of ethics or copyright. When the AI does come for this music, right? The AI itself goes and finds that there's an owner and therefore cannot sort of jack that thing. So it actually works together seamlessly. And I just want to reiterate again, everybody in this room, as long as we are looking at, I used to work for a crypto bank, right? A lot of people, I used to work for blockchain.com, and my job was every day looking at Africa, and I was looking at Africa, Ghana, and we had problems from how do we fix KYC to why are Africans only keen on using crypto for remittance, and all that. And I realized that all of us Africans in this room, and again, that's why I like what the keynote speaker said. If we come back and look at solving problems, we know that we don't need everything. Like, it's a great technology, but we don't need everything. We need to take the ones that apply to us and apply. So when I hear people tell me Web 3.0 and all that, I'm like, okay, fine, thank you very much, but how does it fix the problem in front of my nose? And I think if we all start from there, I think we'll be fine.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that insightful response. So, to the audience, we want to take questions. So, because of time, we can only take one question. So, if you have a question, please raise your hand. Okay, we have time for 2 questions. So, yeah.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ali Fatik. I have 2 questions. Just one or two. Okay, you can.
One or two. One. Just one. Just
okay,
one.
Just one. Okay. Okay. So, what collaboration opportunities exist between traditional entertainment companies and tech startups specializing in NFTs and AI?
Who are you directing the question to?
To any of them, actually.
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Okay, the question was, what collaboration opportunities exist between traditional entertainment companies and tech startups specializing in NFTs and AI?
So, one of the ones we're seeing right now, right, is how Buju is really just using his Heads by BNXN, right? Sorry, BNXN, not Buju. And he's basically using his his NFTs to token gate experiences by himself, and also provide value-added services. So, for instance, I think like the Island Block Party is happening, and there's a gate fee, right? But if you own the NFTs, you sort of get access, right? Through the BNXN. So these are some of like the collaborative edges we're gonna see. And I know there's a huge problem with ticketing generally. That there's a huge fraud market in ticketing. NFTs solve that, right? Over time, you're going to have, and this also happens with better user experience. Frankly speaking, I think the whole blockchain user experience is trash. It's been like that for a while. But with better user experiences, right, where I don't have to like open like 10 wallets in order to know which NFT is, or like change my network, right? When it's seamless, you're going to see that integrate into ticketing shows like this. It's going to be seamless. You might not even know. You might just say, "Hey, I bought a digital asset, and because of that, I enter this event for free, or I get a 50% discount," right? So we're going to see a whole lot of that happen over the spring of years, whereby we see lifestyle, culture, entertainment sort of take advantage of the verification of ownership that non-fungible tokens bring to the table. And I think that's going to be a huge industry, probably before we get to the metaverse and whatnot. But that's a practical example of what I think that partnership will look like.
Sorry, Michael. He said something that I want to just throw light on, sorry, if you don't mind. Because he mentioned traditional and he mentioned user experience. So just before I came up, I was asking someone there about something called account abstraction. So I think it's very important to say that I don't think we can onboard traditional companies and brands onto Web3 without account abstraction. So account abstraction is a standard that's pretty much it's been discovered by developers to abstract away a lot of the things that make using blockchain apps clunky and very terrible user experience. Like Ven just said, all that, do this, do this, do this, do that. So bringing it down to layman's terms, with things like account abstraction, I can have, there's someone in this place, where's Paul? Paul is on my IG. Some months ago, I sent Paul something. Well, not you, sir. There's other Paul over there, my boy. So I sent Paul something that I thought it was very futuristic, and it was how you could turn your Gmail account into a wallet. So you can only do that with something like account abstraction. Before now, if you want to use a blockchain app, you must get a wallet. You have to go and download a Coinbase, download a MetaMask, or download a SafeFi, because we're building a wallet actually, a smart contract wallet. But account abstraction has now done things where you don't necessarily have to download a wallet. You can turn your email into a wallet. So I'm thinking, as an artist, 5-10 years from now, or as a music agency. So right now, the way the music industry works is I record music, I take it to DistroKid, I take it to CD Baby, I take it to TuneCore, and they put it to Apple and Spotify, right? But that's not sustainable, because then you have a third party, you have a middleman in your money. Now with blockchain technology and things like account abstraction, you're not going to need DistroKid and TuneCore anymore, and it's coming. So what happens is, I want to create my music, I can put it on Spotify, I can put it on Tidal, all that stuff. So what I do, but I can also have the option to create 100 copies, 1,000 copies on blockchain, right? I mint it, and then I'm able to send it from my wallet, like I said, not an app anymore, your Gmail account. I can send that to all my fans or send it to anybody who wants a copy of it. What happens from that point onwards, it's not my business. I'm just trying to look for a way to make the user experience as seamless and as more similar to what we know, how we use, in quotes, Web 2 systems. So I hope that answered this question about bringing traditional bodies. I didn't get what you said entirely, but I was taking it from what Ven said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question, please.
My name is Temi, and my question has to do with the NFTs. Like, I really need like a better understanding about NFTs and the risks, the possible risks AI can cause to the future of the entertainment industry.
I think you have two questions in one. Can you rephrase that?
Can you like rephrase it?
Okay, I said I need like a better understanding on the meaning and all about NFTs. Like, I don't really have like a better understanding on it, and also the risks that is possible AI can cause to the entertainment industry.
Can I take a? Okay, I can start. You could.
All right. So I think I'll answer for NFTs, right? And I'll just make this simple. NFTs are unique digital assets that you own. So they are tokenized. It could be an image, it could be content. They are digital assets, but that you own. And the way you verify that you own it is by having a token in your wallet, right? It's as simple as that. Now, what that token can do, it can serve as an access card, it can serve as an image, it can serve as anything to verify that you own it. It's equivalent to like, so if you had a Nike shoe, right, you check if it was authentic with like the swoosh and everything. With that token, you don't need to do that. You already have it in your wallet. So by the time you see a shoe that is tokenized, you're like, oh, I own that shoe, right? So it's just unique digital assets that you own. Forget the buzzword, forget everything. That's simply what it is. It's really not that complicated if you pay attention.
So your second question, like I keep hearing about risk in the entertainment industry. There is no risk in the entertainment industry at all. There is no risk. I mean, unless you believe that human beings will stop being bored, and I don't think that's going to happen. The entertainment industry does a specific thing, right? It entertains. And I think that human beings will always want entertainment. So what we should talk about is the risk to, and you know, change is a constant thing in any industry, right? So you could say, is there a risk to music labels? That's a better question, right? So, or is there a risk to labels, you know, traditional labels in the way that they were 10, 20 years ago, right? So Chocolate City is 20 years old. We are 20 years old next month. We've been around for 20 years. And I promise you that the label we were, please clap if you can. The label that we were 20 years ago is not the label that we are today. Like, we are very much AI compliant. We, you know, and we should hire more NFT people as well. I'll talk to you after this. But so yes, is there a risk to a certain kind of music label? Yes. Right? Is there a risk to a certain way of doing things in Nigeria today? Yes. But in terms of the industry as a whole, it will only grow. I think we are now in the golden era of African entertainment industry, right? We have never been, you know, we have never been more popular, more desired, more demanded globally, right? As you can see that there's a lot of businesses that have been growing in Africa. I think it will only grow because if you look at some data, like, you know, Nigeria, Africa is the youngest consumer market in the world, right? The average person is 17 years old. I think almost 70% of Nigerians are 17 years old and below. That's ridiculous. It's amazing. And if you look at Africa, Africa is 65%. So we have the youngest consumer market in the world. Those young people will need to consume things, right? And it will only grow. So there's no risk to the entertainment industry. But what there is a risk to is the way people operate. So again, going back to what our keynote speaker said, right? Focus on, and I think he said, I don't know what word he used, I made some notes. He said, focus on the problem that you can identify and you can see that we need to solve, and use AI to solve it. I think if you keep it that simple, it can only get better.
Thank you very much, Paul. We've come to the end of this panel discussion, and I really want to thank the four of you for being here. I know today is meant to be public holiday, but I mean, we're here, and you didn't just come here, you came prepared. I mean, your responses were fire all through. And to everyone here, of course, I thank you once more for being here, and I really hope that when we leave here, of course, we are leaving with new knowledge, fresh knowledge about AI, NFT, and the entertainment industry. And I believe we can all say that the industry is growing and it will keep growing. So thank you very much.
Can we put our hands together for all the panelists? That was a beautiful. Let's put our hands together for them. Let's put our hands together for them. That was a beautiful session.
All right, we want to say a very big thank you to all of our panelists, and I hope everyone gets to learn one or two things, right? Can I get a feedback? All right, so honestly, time is not our friend today, so we really need to move fast. But before we move on to the next program, please, I would like to reiterate that you should not forget to use the hashtag TNC 2023, the Technext Coinference 2023, then the last one, which is the TNC3. Please make sure you use this hashtag so we get to, follow up, probably repost on our own social media or social story. Thank you very much. Now let's do our call and response again. I hope we still remember. Technext Coinference 3.0. All right, thank you very much. So now we'll be going to the next panel session, which says that crypto beyond buying and selling. So I would like to call on the moderator. Please, as soon as she comes up on stage, let's put our hands together, okay? All right, I'd like to call on Temitope Akintade, Technext journalist. A round of applause, please. Keep clapping till he climbs the stage. Keep clapping, don't get tired. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Temitope Akitade. I'm a writer at Technext. So the title of our discussion is Crypto Beyond Buying and Selling. So as a normal Nigerian, right, an average Nigerian does not know more than buying and selling crypto. When you go to social media, everything you see in all crypto communities is that I buy Bitcoin, I sell Bitcoin, I want to sell my Bitcoin. So those are the things an average Nigerian know about cryptocurrency. But the blockchain technology, the technology backing cryptocurrencies, there are so many things we can do beyond just buying and selling crypto. So this afternoon, we are going to discuss these possibilities, other stuff, other things we can do with cryptocurrencies. So I'm going to be calling 4 speakers. Our first speaker is Chuta Chimeze, the founder of BNUG. The second speaker on our list is Obina Iwuno, the president of CBAN. So the 2 other speakers are going to be joining us online. The first speaker is Ugochukwu Aronu, the founder of Send Finance. The first speaker is also going to be joining us online. It's Sheon Dania, the founder of TradeFather. All right, so to get started now, the first question goes to Chuta Chimize. In the African context, when an average person do not know more than just buying and selling Bitcoin, what exactly do we mean by saying crypto beyond buying and selling? What do we mean by that?
Okay, thank you so much, and thanks to everyone that is seated here. Thanks to the organizers of the event, and it's really awesome to be in this place physical. Crypto in Africa has been a great game changer, especially among young people, because it's all about alternative finance for us, and also an alternative opportunity to safeguard our hard-earned money. And for most people also is also about an opportunity to speculate on a new technology, which is really something that is driving a whole lot of financial inclusion in most parts of Africa. So when you see someone who is involved with crypto, he's probably engaged with the technology for any of the 3 reasons I've already mentioned. And I don't know for you why you are in crypto, but for me, I'm actually in crypto for the 3 of them, because I believe that having an alternative is something that it's really very helpful for us in Africa, because our currency systems in all the countries of Africa are usually, or they are government backed. So as long as governments continue to wobble and fumble in their policies, they will keep giving room for people to seek alternatives to hedge their hard-earned money, alternatives to have a transactional instrument that is away and outside of their control and monitoring. Okay, so basically, it opens a whole lot of opportunity for a whole lot of people. I don't want to go into the areas where it's also enabling industry innovations. I don't think we'll get to that. So I'll stop there.
All right, thank you very much for that response. So before we go deeper into the discourse, the second question goes to Obina. Yeah, so can we say in Africa, as Nigeria as a focus, can we say Nigeria is ready for crypto beyond buying and selling, considering the fact that even buying and selling cryptocurrencies at the moment is not as seamless as it should be? Can we say Nigeria is ready for that?
Thank you very much for that question. Before I proceed, I'd like to say a big thank you to Technext for putting up this event together and for also having me here. All right, and all of you for attending, thank you for coming, and I hope that this conference gets to impact on you a lot, and you are going to leave here with some new ideas and understanding. So, coming to the question that you asked, I have often viewed cryptocurrency as not just a tool for buying and selling, right? My approach in the industry as a whole has been different. Yeah, did we introduce buying and selling? Yes, of course. But we must understand the main purpose for creating cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency originated from Bitcoin. And if you have read the Bitcoin white paper, you would never see a place where the purpose for creating cryptocurrency was to buy and sell it. It was created as a means of payment. All right? So the whole buying and selling is more like an invasion of an industry. But then, because it is an innovation and the technology, you cannot actually stop people from innovating on it or creating ideas or, bringing different use cases or sectors out of it. It's something that is totally unstoppable. Because look at the issues of exchanges. This is the same middleman that Satoshi was trying to eliminate. But we have come to become dependent on them. But the main issue here is the fact that buying and selling has come in, but the real use cases have been left out. And then buying and selling has become more promoted than any other thing. So if you ask anybody who is in this hall why they are in crypto, they tell you they are here to make money, right? And so that is the wrong notion that has been sold to us. And we need to start correcting that. There are so many use cases that we can use for crypto. Let me even give you like a most basic one. Anybody in this room can start an international business using cryptocurrency, right? Because you are going to use crypto for payments, and these payments can be made to anybody anywhere in the world, and they can receive and confirm it within a matter of seconds and minutes. And it removes all the hassles of paperwork, long wait time in the banks and all of that. Something as simple as that can empower a lot of young Nigerians who are creative, who can offer certain services that are needed beyond these shores. But because they do not have access to a means of payment, they cannot make those value available to people, and they cannot also generate value in return. This is just like on a basic level that can create a lot of economic activities for us. So if we take only the ability to make cross-border payments, right? Remittance, international trade.
facilitation between two parties, that is already huge. Because when you go through the traditional financial sector, it's easier for me as a Nigerian to send money to the US than it is for me as a Nigerian to send money to Zambia. But why can't I send money to Zambia? So these are just the primary use cases that cryptocurrency can solve for us beyond buying and selling of cryptocurrency. Because the buying and selling, what real economic activity does it create? It doesn't really create any economic activity, right? So we are looking at things that, how can this technology benefit us? How can this technology impact our society? How can it impact our economy? That is the angle that I am looking at it from.
All right, so do you think Nigeria, as a country, do you think we are ready for crypto beyond buying and selling? Considering the fact that even buying and selling cryptocurrencies in Nigeria is still not as seamless, it's still not as easy as it's supposed to be.
We are ready, yes and no.
Can you expand it?
Yes. So the yes that we are ready is the fact that people already know about cryptocurrency, right? You could give or take, you can say that at least 5 to 10% of Nigerians are already aware of cryptocurrency. How much they are educated about it is not something that we can categorically state of a fact and say that this is a percentage of the population that is really educated about it. But no, because do we even have the necessary infrastructures that would enable us to trade cryptocurrency? You know, do we have those infrastructures to assess it? One, the education is still not wide. And how much is the internet penetration in Nigeria? So if it is just those of us in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Enugu, and the major cities of Nigeria that can access it, we have fewer populations in the cities than we have in the hinterlands, right? The less developed areas are where the more populations are. That means we have largely the most percentage of our population left out. We can't call that adoption. Right? Then we talk about the tools that you need to access it. You need a smartphone, at least basic. The cheapest smartphone is higher than the minimum wage in Nigeria. So if these people cannot afford these things, how are they going to be able to plug into the crypto economy? So there is a lot of things that needs to be fixed, that needs to be put in place, you know, for all of these things to happen. And then you begin to talk about government's perspective to it. We know the issue with the Central Bank of Nigeria since 2021. This is 2 years and counting. It hampered the whole industry, you know, and stopped quite a number of progress that we would have recorded in that past 2 years, you know. So we need clarity on regulations. We need policies around these things to shape its operations in the country. So these are some of the things that has made us not ready for it. But on the other side, we are also, yes, ready, because there are a lot of people. How did we get to over 10 million people that knows about cryptocurrency and have used or transacted cryptocurrency in Nigeria? You know, that is another bright side that we should be looking at as again. In Africa, Nigeria holds over 66% of the adoption. That is huge. That means we control over 66% of the entire continent. And that is something that government should really look into. If only Nigeria holds 66%, what does this mean to us? How does this turn to a gain for us? Instead of fighting it, because human beings have a certain way of thinking and reacting to things, right? So when you tell people not to do something, they are not asking why not to do it. They want to go and do it and find out why you say they should not do it, right? So what I'm seeing here is more of the approach should be more of partnership collaboration, right? But there also needs to be that overseeing force, like regulations and policies to shape it, because if you let it run wild on its own, then a lot of things are going to go wrong. There are also the bad sides of cryptocurrency. It could also be used for the wrong things, and we don't want to become a nation polarized by the wrong effects of cryptocurrency, right? So there has to be a balance in both sides.
All right, thank you very much for that explicit answer. So, the next question goes to Chuta. So, as an expert in this space, I want you to list out real-life solutions, real-life products that we can do with cryptocurrencies beyond buying and selling.
Okay, as I earlier stated, crypto is extremely useful for us in Africa. I think crypto is going to succeed more in Africa than any other place in the world because this is one place where we don't have structures and legacy systems that would have challenged the adoption of crypto. I called a friend of mine in US a couple of years ago to ask the person if he knows about Bitcoin, and the person didn't even show any interest because they have systems that work. There has been situations where US Congress sat down to ask questions like what exactly is the problem that Bitcoin is solving that is unique, that we don't have any solution to. But when you come back to Africa, that kind of question has huge answers that we. So let's say, for instance, you are a Nigerian worker, and last year you were earning, let's say, 150,000 naira in salary every month. And you used your $100,000 out of 100,000 naira out of the 150,000 naira that you earn. You used it to buy Bitcoin every month for the last 1 year. You would have gotten an accumulation of about 1.2 million naira worth of Bitcoin in the last 1 year. Now, when you come over here and you want to match the value of your naira in the last 1 year and today, you'll find that whereas the value of naira had depreciated, your Bitcoin has hugely appreciated in size, in price. So here again, you see, first of all, you are hedging. You're hedging your earning against inflation. Whereas, listen, when we talk about crypto, we want to be specific here. Or I want to be specific. I want to be specific to Bitcoin, okay? Because crypto has become a word that has been abused. You know, people just gather together and they organize some stuff and they say, this is crypto and it's going to kill Bitcoin and you should buy it. And before you know it, everybody is, scampering for how to survive, So I want to be specific to Bitcoin here. And I think it's better for us to talk Bitcoin rather than talk crypto so that we don't send the wrong signal. So let's say you buy Bitcoin and you held it for 1 year. And another person didn't buy Bitcoin, but he also held his fiat for 1 year. When you come and you want to analyze, you see the depreciating value of the fiat currency. And nobody needs to tell anybody anywhere that it's better for him to hold an asset that appreciates, or at least an asset that is, that maintains its value. So that use case there is super interesting for anyone. When I was talking about our readiness, you see, Nigeria is such a place where if you are waiting for everybody to be ready, then you have already lost your chance already. So we don't need to wait for when everybody is 100% ready. It's only people who seek that find. Do you understand me? It's only those who knock that experience open doors. Do you understand me? It's only those who ask that, get answers. So you don't expect everybody to knock, seek, and, ask at the same time. People do that at different points. So that's the same thing about crypto. People are asking the right questions and they are getting the right answers. Even though there are no regulations, people are still transacting with crypto. People are still taking advantage of the technology. So it's important that we understand that nobody is coming to give you a red carpet to cross over from being in the realm of the poverty-stricken life to the realm of abundance. You need to get up and seek the solutions and the answers. And that's why crypto is available there for us.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm going to be directing the next question to Ugochukwu, who is joining us online. So to Ugochukwu, as someone that has built so many products using cryptocurrency, can you, in just 2 minutes, can you highlight real-life products that cryptocurrency can solve in Nigeria? Yes, I can. We can. We stopped hearing you.
Sorry, I think someone muted me.
You can go on now.
Post is muting, something is wrong. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go on.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you everyone. Yeah, so I'd just like to mention that from the keynote speaker and also from other speakers in the event, one thing that is peculiar, I mean, when we're looking at solutions, we should look at things that are related to Nigeria, things that are related to Africa, and also things that can help us from here, products that can really help us, launch to the world. Because most times when we realize that around here, we don't have very high purchasing power. But still trying to solve our problem, really, we're looking at solutions as simple as one, hedging against inflation, right? That's a very important thing. Another thing is maybe having your products, creating products that can be accessed by people from different parts of the world. So I'll give you an example. In terms of inflation, so in the past, like 3 years, I remember when we started my company, Zen Finance. I think the dollar rate was, dollar to naira was just, I think $1 was 400 or thereabouts, 300 or something. But now it's over 1,000. And yes, you could actually earn interest by leveraging G5 solutions. But apart from that, just even hedging against inflation, right? Creates so much value for you, which has, the way the naira is, you can see that there's a clear value for people around here, right? And I personally know a lot of people that were using money, the money markets in Nigeria, different savings platforms like banks, banking platform directly, people feel more confident going to banks, and it's fine, right? And with what has happened in the last 3 years, all the funds they have basically been, lost, right? They have gone down the drain. So devaluation or losing value or inflation is actually a huge, something that is actually a big plus by leveraging and stable cryptocurrencies. Now, another thing, accessing products, building things from here and having a lot of people access it. So I'll give you a simple example. People create products or build nowadays proliferation of mobile apps, web applications, and one major challenge a lot of people have is to be able to give other people access to these products, right? Maybe to even test it, right? And then allow people from different parts of the world buy the products or use it free. Now, with the current financial system, you will see that it's quite difficult to achieve that, right? Because you might need so much, there's a lot of regulation, so much paperwork. Let's say you want to integrate a strike, for example. This is almost impossible, right? You have to have a US address. There's just so much paperwork to be done. Let's say you want to integrate, you want to allow people in America or Europe access to your product, doing integrations with their banks. There's one article I read, I think sometime last year, a fintech company, I think it's Rex or so, I've forgotten the company, because they're trying to make payments very accessible for people in America. That before they could integrate, I think about 30% of the US banks, they had to, do over 100, I think over 200 and something integrations, over 200 just to do about 30% of the US banks. Now they have a whole team just working on integrations. I can imagine how costly things start to work. Right? In as much as it has its own disadvantages in terms of security, but once you have that sorted out, you're good to do. So these are like products that are critical for people to inflation or to access to what you're selling. A lot of people get happy with entrepreneurial spirit. They want to make things. They want to sell it to the world. And with crypto, it gives us that advantage. It gives us that makes that possibility just there for us to drive. Right? So we don't have to pay or do so much verification, deal with a lot of different companies just to be able to test, even testing your product, right? Yeah, so it's very, very sad. Because if you're unable to test your product, if you're unable to try things out, then innovation is greatly reduced, right? And that's one of the major problems in practice. People have great ideas, they want to test it out, but to be able to even test it, right, with the major blocks in different parts of the financial system, you just get tired and your efforts will be thrown. Right? Or with crypto or with the blockchain, it's like very, very easy for you.
All right, thank you very much. So moving on now, the next question goes to Sheon Daniel. In the past 1 year or thereabouts, people have lost money to crypto exchanges. I wouldn't like to mention them, but so many African native crypto exchanges have shut down. People have lost so much money, and people are losing trust in cryptocurrencies day by day. So the next question goes to Sheon Daniel. Do you think this lack of trust in African crypto exchanges, do you think is going to hamper the development of crypto beyond buying and selling? Sheon Daniel, please.
Hi, good afternoon, yes, crypto beyond buying and selling, and as far as exchanges are concerned, like all the speakers have actually said, there's no reason for people to get interested in particular new technology or products. And one of the things that unifies everybody around the world is finance, is money, everything that costs money. So the blockchain technology came about. It's probably been around for some time, but a lot of people took more interest in blockchain technology when the Bitcoin white paper came out, which shows that the previous Bitcoin peer-to-peer cash system. That cash is what sparked a lot of interest. People are willing to understand how they can make money. Of course, things to happen, a lot of things, people have been buying and selling, and as you mentioned, there's a use case which already what are remittances, but then how do we then get into cryptocurrencies? That's how the exchanges came to be, solving the problem. Essentially, we all need to think around ways to solve these problems. Now we solve the problems of finances. We probably don't have too many solutions for finances, but I'll just quickly touch on a few other things that are beyond buying and selling. So besides speculating, we all can speculators, we all can be solving the problem of buying and selling cryptocurrencies. But if you bring it down, cryptocurrencies can actually play a role in our global economy. Instead of how we're able to use it to promote economic development in developing countries like ours. I think we also need to use cryptocurrencies for gaming, social media, etc. We've seen a few products that come in that way. But we can also use the final session we had before this, using cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology in the art and entertainment industry. Imagine the artists being able to but I have very much these places for identity management. Not just identity management, trying to protecting people's identities. Because what we have now is everybody, not everybody, but most companies or businesses, verify your identity, keep KYC. How many people are actually storing that data properly? From not with technology, only using their own knowledge. We're able to actually verify identities without transferring the identity document and identity option to the companies. You not necessarily need to data for anything because at the end of the day, the analysis or bad according to the who end up taking people's IDs and opening back accounts. There were very kind of situations. So I believe that we all need to open our minds. The financial part is not going away, that person to try to regulate, but let's explore everything around blockchain technology. Can you blockchain technology, there's particular SAE, the way around talking about being able to use blockchain technology in our system, our electronic system. Basically the same thing that we do with every business. The business will be successful if we're able to solve the problem.
All right. All right, thank you very much.
We all just need to
Right.
It's not just buying and selling. Buying and selling will give us the keep change now, every now and then.
All right, so we'll take one question from the audience now. If you have a question, kindly raise up your hand. All right, so we'll take two.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is, what do you think blockchain has to do with real estate? Do you see it going anywhere, blockchain and real estate? And I wanted to ask a question on the NFT. He was talking about non-fungible tokens. So where do you see blockchain going with NFT? Do you see any future with blockchain and what is it called? Real estate. Blockchain and real estate. Is there any future with it?
Can you speak out so we can hear your question?
My question is there any future with blockchain and real estate? Do you see it going anywhere?
Blockchain and real estate.
Yeah.
Okay, so even though this session is not focused on that, but I guess we just have to answer you. I think when Chris was doing his presentation, if you were here, you would have heard him say something about House Africa, where, of course, I'm one of the advisors in House Africa project, where they are utilizing blockchain technology to solve the problem of land registry. Now, you have to understand that one blockchain is all about is decentralized database. So it brings in the fact that you can have an immutable record in a decentralized ledger. And that concept is a big concept that can be applied into almost every sector of human life and economy. So how does it work with real estate, to be specific to your question? You could look at real estate crowdfunding too, where you can have fractional ownership of a property. People can come together to buy a big property that one individual would have found very difficult to buy. And utilizing blockchain technology, they can split the cost of that property into smaller units, enabling every Dick, Tom, and Harry to be able to afford to buy it and gain from it. Let's say there's a property in a prime location in Lekki and it's going for ₦1 billion. And you know you can't afford it. You could use blockchain technology to tokenize that property. And 1,000 people or 500 people or 100 people can buy fractions of that property and share in the returns. So that when all of us collectively buy it, when people rent it, let's say it's a facility place for events, people rent it and they pay. each person gets return based on the amount that he contributed. Okay, so that's already being worked on by a whole lot of companies that are out there using blockchain technology. I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you very much. So we've come to the end of the session. Sorry, we don't have much time left. We've come to the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for them. I'm very sorry we couldn't take more questions, but peradventure you still have questions. I'm sure you can find the panelists on social media, so it's something you could just reach out to them to clarify. I'm sure it won't be like this, but then it's the best alternative. Let's put our hands together for them once more. Okay. Before we go to our next section, I want to give a quick shout out to Idowu Adeleke, or is it? I'm not sure I got that surname properly, but from the keynote session that Chris handled, he did a very expository summary of it online, and it was quite informative. I want to say thanks a lot. Can we please put our hands together for Idowu? Yeah, thank you for that. Roots of Beatmama, the founder of Beatmama, just came into the building, and we're going to be having her late in the day for the second keynote session, as well as Badamosi of Next Coin. But before we get there, we just want to have one more panel session or two before we have Beatmama of Crypto on stage. So to handle the next session, that will be talking about. Okay, to handle the next session, I'll be talking about opportunities today and tomorrow in blockchain and AI, a session that will define the concepts of blockchain, artificial intelligence, as well as how we, the participants, can leverage the opportunity. Join me as I welcome on stage another Technext original and person of Gottfried Elliman. Please let's put our hands together for Gottfried. Let's put our hands together for Godfrey. There's a journalist at Technext and is going to be moderating the session. Please continue putting your hands together on guests here. Please do not forget to use the official hashtag as you engage on social media. Take pictures, make a tweet, make a video. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. TNC 3.0. Damn. I thought I was expecting, responses from persons that have been learning. Please, let's do it again. TNC 3.0. Yeah, I guess everybody has been learning something. We've come to one of the exciting sessions, and if you've not been paying attention, this is the time that you have to jot some things down and pay prompt attention. We're going to be talking about blockchain and AI, possibilities today and possibilities tomorrow. And I won't be doing this alone. I'll be welcoming the panelists as I call their names. Please give a round of applause to them. All right. So first I'll be welcoming Obi Omitaram of Zone. Please put a round of applause as we welcome him. Sorry, just give me a minute. Welcome, sir. Welcome. You can sit. Just give me a minute. My phone. What's with my phone?
Okay, because before David comes back online, like I said earlier, we're currently streaming the event on YouTube live. And in case you have anyone who couldn't make it down here physically, please just let them know so that they can join us online. And I heard that there's some things going on the social media currently. I don't know what that is, but I've been told that we should try as much as possible to visit the social media so that we can be a partaker of that. And the handle across all social media is technext.com. That's Technext, then .com, technext.com. On Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube is Technext, and on Instagram as well. So do well to follow us across all social media. I'm sure Godfried is going to be joining us in the next couple of minutes. Okay. All right, so before you come on, can anyone, within just 30 seconds, can you come share what it is you've learned so far from the event? Within just 30 seconds. We don't have that much time. Taker? Nobody? No one? Wow. So we've not learned anything so far. Hey, can you come, please, come. Let's put our hands together for her. Can you make it snappy? I don't want to go mic from my hand, though. Please put your hands together for her. Are you shy? Okay. So in just 30 seconds, what have you learned so far?
You guys should clap now. Clap for her.
Okay.
Your name and all the way, where did you come from?
Okay, my name is Nimat. I'm from Lagos State University. So, talking about what I've learned today, it's all about the first speaker. He said blockchain industry, new frontiers and new opportunities. And he said explore challenges facing implementation of blockchain.
Sorry, hold on.
He actually talked about all the challenges that we face. Okay, not really all, but he talked about the challenges. Number one, talking about the network, that people don't really access the internet very well like that. And talking about the political issues and all. He said lack of infrastructure. A lot of people really want to go into this blockchain and all the Bitcoin, all the stuff. So based on the fact that he also mentioned that the phone that people use now, that their salary or minimum wage that is said, it's not even up to buy the phones and all. People don't have the opportunities to get that. There should be enough opportunities for people to do that.
Please, a round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. So please, guys, do not forget the hashtag. I beg you, please do not forget. I'd like to take it again quickly. Sorry, please. So we have the TNC 2023. Then we have the Technext Coinference 2023. And we have the TNC3. Do not forget to use the hashtag. Please, let's try to trend this event. Thank you so much.
All right, a round of applause for them. So the next panelist that will be coming up is David Abu, who is a cloud advocate for Microsoft. Please, a round of applause for him. Next is Ayodeji Awoshika. Please, if you are here, can you come to the stage? A round of applause for him. And last but not the least is Emmanuel Enabehita, who is the Sir? Sorry about that. Sorry about that. He's the CMO at Fuse. That's the Chief Marketing Officer at Fuse. Please put your hands together. All right. So, before we continue, I just want us to put a round of applause for Chris Annie, who spoke about blockchain earlier, the keynote speaker. I mean, he dealt so extensively on blockchain. So we're just going to go straight to the point so that we don't waste our time. All right, please, if you are standing at the entrance, can you please come forward and sit down? If you're standing, please come and sit down. We're about to start. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for your presence. I mean, I don't know if you were available during the panel, the keynote address made by Chris Annie. He spoke extensively about blockchain and the opportunities and the possibilities that Nigeria and Africa can leverage. So we're not going to be conceptualizing blockchain anymore. We're just going to be talking about the possibilities that are bound for Nigeria in various sectors. So I'm just going to be bringing the first question to Obi Emitter. I mean, you have experience playing the space, leveraging blockchain. Your platform, Zone, leverages blockchain to provide payment services. So I'm just going to ask you, what do you think, what are the other aspects in fintech industry or in the fintech industry, what possibilities do you envisage unbounding for the fintech space in Nigeria and Africa from fully adopting blockchain technology? The possibilities.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here as always. Yeah. So I think today, the primary use case for blockchain technology in financial services is payment. So you see a lot of cross-border payment solutions, domestic payment solutions. So in Zone, we are providing infrastructure for domestic payments and cross-border as well, using this technology. But if you think about financial services, payment is one vertical. So there are a number of types of financial services. So there's payment, there's lending, there's investments, there's savings, asset management, trading, insurance, and so on. So what we expect to see as this whole thing evolves is new products, but more within DeFi that go beyond payments to cut across to these other verticals. Now what that does is there are four main parameters it impacts. One is risk. So risk of financial services will go down significantly because in DeFi, you have self-custody. So people's value don't depend on third parties. Yeah. Your money sits on the blockchain and it will always be there. There's not going to be any story like, some bank failed and I lost money, or some exchange failed and I lost money, right? So risk will go down significantly. Cost of financial services will go down significantly because smart contracts will replace a lot of the expensive human activities. And then on the flip side, the sort of product variety goes up. So this is where you have a lot of opportunity for innovation and a lot of young startups and professionals to really make an impact, because you remove the kind of custody element of financial services from the innovation. And I'll use something like an app store, for example. Imagine if Google Play Store only had apps built by Google. Right? It will be so limited, right? But today, a lot of other developers build for Google Play Store. So that's how financial services will evolve, where the custody of the assets has been moved to the blockchain. So a lot of other players, small, big, medium-sized, can build a lot of innovative financial products, kind of like the way you have a Play Store and App Store today. And so variety goes up. The last thing is what one of the speakers referred to, which is liquidity. So liquidity is the ability to convert like an asset to cash and back. That will go up significantly, and that would unlock a lot of value simply because of the whole idea of fractional. Like the last speaker said, you can break one big asset into tiny components that a lot of people can invest in and participate. So that unlocks liquidity in a massive way and creates opportunity for people to build those sort of real-world tokens, to tokenize real-world assets, tokenize financial assets, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so we're going to see a major evolution from where we are today, and I think we're really excited to see how that pans out.
Thank you very much for the response. Emmanuel, I don't know if you want to provide something to that.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I want to just thank the organizers for this brilliant event. This is my first time at Technext. So I'll give a shout out to. Fantastic. Just to add to what he said, I think he made valid points in terms of where the fintech industry in Nigeria as well as across Africa will see some sort of leverage in blockchain technology if they delve into areas like DeFi, or they go into areas like enhanced remittance and tokenized assets. All right, but I just want to focus on the factors that might delimit such efforts, which is the government regulation, which we know can go to a large extent to demoralize some sort of innovative solutions that blockchain intended to provide, especially in Nigeria, and also education. I used to work with the biggest crypto exchange in the world, and our focus at the time was more on education. Education is really, really important in Africa in terms of getting people to understand the opportunities that revolve around the blockchain, around crypto, around how to make them have a career in that path. Right, and where software developers would tend to see a bigger opportunity from just doing extraordinary things based on their skill set. Right, so some of these factors like government regulation and education, lack of education, might kind of want to hamper some of the efforts that the fintech companies will want to do in terms of innovative approaches to blockchain.
Yeah, thank you very much for your response. Now, there was recent news about the federal government having to store the NYC certificates with blockchain technology, and that's one of the use cases that we are trying to explore in Nigeria. So I'm just going to ask Ayodeji, what other use cases do you think we can use blockchain for in Nigeria apart from that aspect?
All right, thank you. So, can I deviate a little bit from that topic, like from the question a little bit?
All right, all right.
Great. So, because like I've been hearing us talking about use cases, and I think that's like the top level discussion. So it's safe for us to not assume that everyone in the house are like on that top level. So let's just bring it back a little bit. Because like we're talking about use case, we are assuming that everyone here are either developers, product persons, and all. No, some people can just be like me who are also like confused and thinking about, okay, how do I even get to use blockchain? What is this thing I need to use? So I just like deviate before going, because like I've had Chris Annintox speak about use cases, we've had Tutor and the others talk about use cases, talk about fintech and all. So I want to like see blockchain and like, I see all of us are like different players in the blockchain space. So we want to talk about today of blockchain. Where is blockchain presently? We're still trying to like get adoption. Everyone's talking about next billion users, blah, 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 blah. And so I would like to like first see almost everyone as confused as I am. So we're talking about blockchain. They've talked about the definition, but how do you get to use blockchain? How do you touch blockchain? How do you feel blockchain? So I think that it's best to say that everyone can actually contribute to blockchain as either a user, either a developer, and I think user and developer are like the most cases, because you use the crypto and all of those stuff, then you build these stuffs. But then not all of us are going to be developers. So some persons today can be product managers, community managers, content guys, and all of those stuffs. Because one of the things we need to understand is that before we move to the aspect of use cases, we need to get to understand that people to also understand how do they matter in the blockchain space. There are use cases, NYSE is just one, but then how many people understand crypto enough to want to like, even when we start talking to say, institutions about, let's use blockchain for example, and they're like, what is even this blockchain? How many developers they have that can plug this into them? So as much as I want to talk about use cases, I want to first talk about how do you get to use blockchain? How do you contribute to blockchain? So not all of us are contributors, but then there are other people who wants to contribute who don't know how to contribute. So I will just like talk to them in a little bit of time. You can contribute in many ways. Like he mentioned education. Education is one large thing we need to solve before adoption. Like if we don't solve education, we will not get adoption. Like I still see crypto as, or blockchain as an echo chamber, because when we're talking in-house with, we all have almost the same set of people, but if we don't get the others to also come, we will not get edge. So education is one way. I think education is just one way I'm going to base on, but then use cases can also be around medical records. Like there's no point, like, I think it was somebody on the last panel mentioned that we look at the problems we'll have. Like if we understand all the problems we have, we can plug in the technology if we understand it. I think I didn't blab too much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Obi, I just wanted to give practical ways, just like Ayodeji has said. What are the practical ways that the federal government, now we've seen the NYC scenario, what other practical way, I mean, the system in Nigeria, how can we bring in blockchain practically to solve certain problems in the country?
All right, yeah, thanks. So basically, blockchain provides value where trust of records is required, right? Which is why the NYC thing makes sense. You want to be able to be sure that no matter how long passes, an NYC certificate is authentic. Now, if you think about public sector, there are a lot of other records like that, right? So birth certificates, for example, right? How do you validate who this person is when he was born? Marriage certificates, land registry, things like criminal records with the police, things like somebody mentioned, even voting systems and election. So that one is really critical because you have multiple parties trying to ensure that the records and the processes that generated those records are valid and nobody has tampered with them. So if you look across the spectrum, I think public sector is a huge area really beyond just the NYSC. Public sector is a massive area simply because the citizens depend on the authenticity of those records and also the processes as well. So if you think of stuff like immigrations, right, or ID, national ID or passport services or customs, beyond the authenticity of the records, there's also the process, right? What you have today, because the process is flexible, human beings tweak the process and sometimes to favor themselves. That's where you talk about corruption and so on. If you move those processes to smart contracts on the blockchain, first of all, they are defined in a way that is proper, but because it's also immutable, then you're sure people can't kind of play with the processes, and you're sure that the outcomes are the outcomes that we expect. So it's going to be the level of transparency, the level of automation that blockchain can bring to public sector services, the level of trust and sort of reliability is going to be really unprecedented. But it takes like political will, you know, to execute it.
Thank you very much for that. It takes political will. Moving on to AI now. We know that AI has been with us for a very long time, but generative AI is something that the trend has just swept through the industry from last year, from the introduction of ChatGPT. If you use ChatGPT here, let me see your hand. I mean, everybody uses ChatGPT right now.
AI is actually scary. I just have to say.
We are coming to that. We are coming to that. So let's go to David now. We've heard about AI, generative AI, particularly sweeping through industries, the tech industry, and companies are leveraging AI so well. But I want you to bring this to Africa. What opportunities and possibilities do you see for African startups adopting AI?
Okay. Hi, everybody. If you are here, say I'm here. You guys are dull. So when other speakers were talking, I was just like, no, this cannot be my own session. So if you are here, say I'm here. Okay, good. This is my own session. If you guys are talking, you can be quiet, but this is my session. Okay. Who understand AI when it comes to from a beginner perspective? Do you understand AI? Exactly. So now it's better we start off from the background of what AI is.
Okay.
So that you will understand how we are building on it. And we can go to your question.
All right.
AI is this. I need to get from point A to point B. And it takes me 30 minutes to do that thing. Either I need to move a file from point A to point B, or do an analysis from point A to point B, or drive from Ikeja to Landmark from point A to point B. And maybe it takes us 20 minutes or 1 hour to do that. What AI is saying right now, not before. Before, AI was at the back end of every product. It was not something that you can use from the front end person. A sales manager before does not know how to use ChatGPT. Before, that is AI. So what OpenAI did was to say, I'm going to give everybody the ability to use AI like a friend. So now, what we are now getting into is that the things that we now do in businesses that takes time, OpenAI or AI generally is now saying that instead of it taking 12 days to do a proposal, you're a CEO. If you employ me and you say, okay, you're a business analyst, create a proposal that we need to send to government, I'm going to tell you that, Obi, is going to take me a week. And you say, oh, that is fine. But right now, I cannot go back to Obi and say, Obi, it's going to take me a week. Obi will say, I don't understand. Why will it take you a week? We are in the AI world. It shouldn't take you a week. At least it should take you 2-3 days. So AI is saying that productivity should be high. So back to your question. The real gain of AI within business, startup, enterprise is productivity. Nothing more, nothing less. It is productivity. Yeah, you can clap. Thank you. It is actually looking at how do financial institutions, how do insurance companies, how do fintech, how do real estate companies, how do cryptocurrency companies take AI to say, how do we improve the processes? Now remember, every business are solving business problems, people's problems. But what we are using blockchain to say since morning is that we have to make sure that this blockchain or cryptocurrency solve the major problems that we have. And that is how it becomes more usable and more valuable. Now, what AI is now saying is that AI is embedding itself into the processes of different companies. The salesperson, the product person, the content person, the data person, the CEO. Everybody is now saying that, how do I use my skill set together with AI to increase my productivity? That is the game.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you give him a round of applause? I believe you've explained extensively, but just before we ask questions, I just want to pose a question each to Emmanuel and Obi. Now there are optimisms around AI. Good. People are optimistic about AI and what it can do, the productivity it can contribute to startups and businesses. But there are also fears, there are pessimisms. I just want to get your opinion about the fears of people, what they think that AI can do to creativity, what it can do to work culture. In a minute, just please tell us your opinion about generative AI.
I'm in the marketing space, right? I've been doing marketing for 10 years, right? I easily describe myself as a generalist. So I have a skill set in digital, copywriting, right? And the rest of them inside marketing, all right? For some particular functions like copywriters or social media managers or content writers, they are scared, right, for their job. Right, but the truth is, we are supposed to use AI to work for us, right? And I want people in our kind of profession to see AI as a tool to use. It's going back to way back in the past when Google came on board, right? Before Google, it was ask.com, right? When Google came on board, people were some people in that space were kind of like worried. Google is going to answer a lot of questions. People are not going to do a lot of research or go to the library and all that. But we found a way to work with Google, right? Same thing AI in the next 5 to 10 years, right? I'm sure we'll find a way to live with it. You know, our different profession.
Thank you very much. Can you put a round of applause for him? Because of time, we'll be going straight to the questions. Sorry, Obi. We'll take questions. Just a question. If you have any question, can I see your hand? How do I make the decision? Mini, mani, mo. The lady there. The lady. Yes, you. All right, can you please give us a question?
Okay, first, thank you for the opportunity.
How many questions?
Okay, 2.
Please ask one. Ask one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so the question I'll be asking, sorry, Emil.
You're not ready. The other person.
Sorry. Okay, I'm ready. So the question I'll be asking is this. Okay, so what trends do you foresee in the near future for startup?
What trends do you foresee for AI?
Yes.
For startup?
Not just AI.
Okay.
Also in blockchain.
Blockchain.
So for someone that is thinking of starting up in this in blockchain and AI, what trend do you foresee in the future that you think that we should prepare ourselves for, and also how we can also navigate around it? Thank you.
Obi, you got the question. All right.
All right, thanks. That's a fantastic question. So one clear area is for blockchain is in DeFi, decentralized finance. Like I explained before, the original model was that like today, the only institutions that create financial services are the institutions that hold the balances, right? And it's difficult to get a license to hold the balance because the requirements are very high. So to be able to create a financial service, you have to be a bank, right? And that's really tough. It's not going to be like that in the future. A lot of startups are going to have the opportunity to build really innovative, niche-focused DeFi products because they're not required to hold the balance. The balance sits on the blockchain. So I think one clear area where people thinking about how to create solutions and startups in blockchain should be DeFi. And there's a lot of information out there about different DeFi verticals. So whether it's lending or yield farming, or whether it's in savings or trading or whatever. So there's massive opportunity there. In AI, even within financial services again, the different verticals have aspects where AI has to plug in. So for example, in payment, there's fraud detection and AML, anti-money laundering. If you go to lending, there is credit scoring, loan prediction. If you go to investment side, things like yield farming require AI. If you go to insurance, even insurance, there's claims management. Yes. So those are complementary. Now, on the front end, generative AI is going to become the interface for a lot of these financial services. So building language models that can interact with this backend to make the UX really simple for the end user. People talk about how crypto UX is very poor and so on and so forth. All that will go away. We are going to interact with our financial services and our blockchain with natural language. And people are going to build this thing, financial assistants that can use those services on our behalf. So I think these are some of the areas where I think startups should be thinking about. And there's a lot more in other, beyond financial services, there's a lot more.
Thank you very much, Obi. Thank you very much, panelists. This is the end of the session, but you can put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them. You can always reach out to them on their social media platforms. I think I'll get addresses and give it to the MC so you can send messages if you want to reach out for more questions. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the session. All right. Emmanuel wants to make an announcement. Let's just take
just a quick one. It's purely for developers and software engineers. I work for Fuse, CMO at Fuse. We're a global company, right? We've processed over $200 million in transactions. So basically, we're giving a grant to over a $10 million grant to $10 million grant to developers in Africa. So if you are really interested in that, please, you can visit the stand there, or just visit fuse.io/ignite. You can meet me later and I will explain better. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause once again for our panelists. Keep clapping, keep clapping. It's like you guys don't like to clap. Okay, honestly, this is actually one out of many of the opportunities that you and I get to learn when it comes to a gathering like this. You just heard what he said. There is a grant of about 10 million, I guess. I think I heard right. So you should get to meet him. You know, I said it earlier. In all that you do today, make sure you network, because you can't do life alone. You can't. All right, please do not forget our hashtag. I beg of you, make sure that you trend this as much as you can, please. And our hashtag still remains the same, the Technext Coinference 2023. Please, make sure you put that, post pictures, make a whole lot of content, because you will definitely want to come back to all of these posts and thank your stars. All right, so moving on next to the next session, I would like to call all right, so this session, we will be looking at clear outlines and practicable steps to make profit from gaming. Are there gamers in the house? Are there gamers in the house? Okay, so this session is for you. I know you've been waiting for it, right? All right, so please make welcome Ebere Chukwu Etike, Technext journalist. A round of applause for him, please. Keep clapping. That's a tech woman right there. Tech woman, you should be clapping for her. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you're also a tech woman. I mean, you are hosting this event. So welcome, guys. And I'm sure this is like one of the conversations that you're here for, how to make money from gaming. If you know you have a game on your phone, just wave your phone. Or if you know you play Call of Duty, you play Prince of Persia, you play even Candy Crush, just raise your phone. Okay, have you ever made money from it? Do you want to know how to make money from it? Oh yeah, bring out your book and barrel, because we're going to have that conversation here. Because you can spend 2.5 gig a day playing Call of Duty and you make nothing. So I think it's just about time. So for this panel session, we have really exciting panelists that will just have this conversation with us. We have Adora Nwodo. She'll be joining virtually. She is a multi-award-winning software engineer, and she also works, she's vast with metaverse, cloud engineering, VR and AR. We also have Kumi Adenikpebi, sorry if I didn't get your name right. He'll be joining us here physically. He is the founder of Gamer. Gamer is West Africa's biggest esports company. Please, if you're here, can you join us on stage? Okay. We also have Oscar Michael. Please clap for Kumi. Clap for him. It's not easy. Thank you. Okay, we also have Oscar Michael. He is a creative entrepreneur with 6 years of experience and is the co-founder and program coordinator of Africa Comicade. Please join us on stage also. And we have Shola Edu. He's a Nigerian game designer and developer, and he is also the founder and creative director of Deluxe Creation Studio. Please join us on stage also. And last but not the least, we have Judith Okonkwo. She is the founder of Imisi 3D, a creation lab that is focused on AR, VR, and MR. Please clap as they're coming on stage. Please clap. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. We're just going to go straight into it. I mean, people are here now to make money, so we're just going to be very direct about our answers. So the first question is for you, Kumi. You have been a major driver of esports in Nigeria, co-founded Gamer. What key monetization strategies have worked for esports in the African market? So what key monetization strategies have worked for esports in the African market?
Monetization. Thank you everyone for coming. I'm very excited being here. This is my first time at Technext, and I thank the organizer for making this happen. Yeah, thanks. So, monetization in esports in Africa is very tricky. For the past 14 years, basically we've been trying to push esports into the ecosystem, and it's been very difficult because the first thing you hear when you, let's look at the sponsorship, the corporate side of it first. The first thing you hear when you meet a corporate sponsor for esports and gaming, they ask you that, is it for children? Because most things, when they hear about gaming, they think about playing video games in your living room. They have no idea of the esports part of it, where people become professional esports players, where we get coaches, where we get analyzers, where we get streamers and content providers. They don't have an idea about that, and which is the culture we're trying to put. So when it comes to monetization in that part, it's very difficult right now to monetize esports in Nigeria. But as time goes on, we will definitely start seeing a lot of monetization in it, because we've started seeing a lot of people making money by playing tournaments and winning. We've started seeing companies, even banks and co start investing in esports by creating esports tournaments, and also investing in game developers to start building games for esports content. So it's starting. It's something we've been doing, like I said, for the past 14 years, and the awareness is out there. And we know in the next 2-3 years, it's going to be times 3 or times 10 of what we're seeing now. Nigeria does over $200 million in gaming, game consumption every year. But nobody actually has that data fixed and said that this is how the money is being spread. Most of our accounts go to the Asian, Dubai, Japanese accounts. So people like Sony, PlayStation, Xbox, even Steam don't know we exist, because we're always buying stuff from those people. So the fight is to get our own accounts being made in Nigeria so that they can know that we exist, and then people like Edushola here start making money from his content by putting his game on the Xbox, PlayStation, and Steam. So yeah, monetization is coming into esports and gaming, and we see it doing that very fast.
Okay, thank you very much. That was like a very, very insightful conversation. Also, the next question I have is for Oscar Michael. You are the co-founder of Africa Comicade, which focuses on immersive and interactive media in Africa. What opportunities do you see for game developers and creators to profit from, emerging technologies in the African context?
Yeah, thanks a lot for that question. When you look at the immersive and interactive media space, you're looking at video games, animation, comics, and XR. And the opportunity there is digital media is the way to go in terms of communication. All these forms of what you call maybe entertainment or content is just simply media. So in the past, where you had the opportunity of, say, if you want to communicate, you use a newspaper, use a TV, this is the new way for you to reach the new audience, the Gen Zs or the Gen X, whichever one you are targeting, and even the millennials as well. Everybody is consuming digital content, and games are the way to go. Comics are the way to go. XR experiences are the way to go. So the huge opportunity is it gives you the ability to become the digital creators of tomorrow. And it also gives us the opportunity to tell our own stories. Already when you look at the comics industry, everyone knows Marvel, everyone knows DC characters. But now in Nigeria, we have characters, we have studios like Comic Republic signing an agreement with Universal to turn all their characters into actual films. This is the power and opportunity for us creators. The world needs new stories. The world needs new content. And people in the diaspora are looking to connect back with their roots at home. So if you have those skills, if you have those stories, it's now up to you to present them in a form that is accessible. And that way you'll be able to create something that is socially and economically sustainable for yourself as an individual and your studio as a business.
Thank you very much. Before we continue, I just want to make a quick announcement. Please, if you are at the booth, please can you come back and have a seat, and you can continue what you are doing there after this panel session. You really don't want to miss out, how to make money from gaming. So the next question is for you, Shola. You have contributed to the Nigerian game industry. Nigerian game industry as a game designer and developer. How can aspiring game developers generate income from their creation, especially in a competitive market like this?
You mean how can game developers make money from their games? So my name is Edishola. Thank you everyone for coming. I've been doing this for quite a while, over a decade now. So we've been making games and.
Sorry, please, Olushola. Hello, please. If you know you are the booth stand, I beg you in God's name. A whole lot of money has been put into place to bring our amazing speakers right here. Kindly come back to your seat. Can you please clap for them? They are very important people. Please clap for them as they come back to their seat. Please, if you know you are the booth stand, kindly go back to your seat. A time has actually been set aside to, come back to do all of the things you need to do. Please, let's clap for them, please. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. Please go back to your seat, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so like I said, I made my first game in 2014, and though I didn't have monetization in mind, but I thought about making money from it. But I can tell you there are different ways where you can make money from games. And the most popular one where we all know is from ads. So you can use in-game ads, and there are a lot of ad platforms that you can actually use to monetize your games. We also have in-app purchases where people can actually buy in-game items, maybe either to progress or to look better. Maybe they buy skins inside of the game. So there are a lot of ways that you can make money. But the most interesting one is selling your game. You can sell your game even on the Google Play Store. There are a lot of paid games there that people actually pay to buy, and once you buy them, you own them. Also, we have brand placements where you can have maybe a brand like Technext come and pay us to put your logo in our game, and it's embedded there. So it doesn't disturb anybody. It's just part of the content that is inside of the game. So we have different ones, but I can say the most lucrative one that most developers like to go for is publishers. So people like to work with publishers. So publishers just pay you the moment you make the game. You send it to them. If it passes their benchmark, then they just give you the money, you have your money. Then you can also have a deal whereby maybe you still get paid afterwards. So there are different ways where you can monetize your games, and that's just so for us, we focus on in-app purchases and majorly ads, at Deluxe Creation Studios. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. I think Judith is online with us. Judith, are you with us? Okay, while that has been set up, we'll just... I think she's trying. Okay, while that has been fixed, we're just going to go around again with questions. I have another question for you, Kumi. How important is, community engagement and collaborations in the gaming industry when creating, profitable ventures? You have gamers, it's like a community of esports. So how important is it for gamers or just, developers in this space?
Sorry, I need that question.
Okay, I said how important is community engagement and collaboration in the game industry?
So without the gaming community, I don't think we'll be in existence. So it's one of the biggest things that we at Gamer take to be our #1 priority, because community engagement lets you get feedback of what is needed to be done in the community. So for like before the advent of Facebook, YouTube and co, we've been running tournaments, and it was difficult knowing what the community needed. So I think the only thing we had back then when we started was Naira Land. So if you wanted to get people to get back to us, we had to go and post on Naira Land, and then people come through to events and all. I remember our first event was in 2010. It was on 2008 or 2009. It was on Naira Land, and then we saw 300 and something people come. We were like, wow. And then from there we started knowing that, okay, we started getting information from each person, like, okay, what games should we put in the community? And I think that was when I first met Edushola. I was like, oh, I make games. How can I get my game into your community? So that was how we started community engagement. And then the advent of YouTube, Facebook started coming up. So we started building major communities. I know as far back as 2010, we had like 20,000 people on Facebook. And then, it just brought out that thing that, see, we must have discussions with the people that we're serving, because we don't know exactly what they want. We came up with our own ideas to serve them, but we needed to engage with them, which fosters more relationship with us and them, and then we're knowing what they want. And then that became, like I said, a source of engagement from the brands that are working with us to also get to them, which becomes some sort of monetization thing for us too. So yeah, it's very important, one of the key, most important things in the industry.
Thank you very much. I think Judith is back on with us. Hi, Judith. Hi. Thank you for joining us. Okay. So the question I have for you is: you established. Can you? Sorry, I cannot hear you clearly. Okay, I think there's like a network breakage in I think the internet connection. Can you hear me now? Yes, I can hear you now. So the question I have is that you established MEC 3D.
Judy, can you mute your mic, mute your speaker from your end? So your speaker is giving feedback into your mic. So just mute your, reduce your speaker from your end.
Okay. So I said the question I was asking is that you established MEC 3D to build the African ecosystem for extended reality technologies. So can you highlight some examples of XR applications in gaming that has the potential to drive profitability?
So those group of technologies. And, I think if you kind of go back
I think she's off. I think it's network issues. So we're just going to, continue till she's back on. So, Shola, the question I have for you, Deluxe Creation Studios has published multiple apps, on the app question and Google Play. And you've mentioned how to, how to monetize these mobile games. What are just like some certain skills and education that or pathways that you feel like, people that want to go, aspiring game developers should take during, in the course of it?
Yeah, so I think I'm going to take a different route this time, because usually I'll just say, oh, maybe you need to learn how to program, learn artistic skills. But we have a big problem right now in Nigeria, like the gaming space. And the problem is that our big problem is obscurity. Like, we make games and we don't have marketing at the back of our mind. So we need people who can handle other aspects, that have other skill sets when it comes to running a game studio. Like, oh, we need good CEOs, we need good creative directors, we need good marketers, like they're specifically for games. Because marketing a game is quite different from marketing a movie. So, you understand? So we've realized now that we need other skill sets to actually have successful game industry. And so away from the creative and the technical part, which is programming, game design, animation, we need people who can handle other managerial aspect of game studios as well. So aside from, like I said, aside from the common ones, which is artistic skills, programming skills, coding skills, animation skills, we need people who can handle marketing in the game space, game writers, because Africa Communicate held an event recently, and I can tell you, it was just one writer we had, one game writer. Like, we don't really have people who write about games. So I know Technext they've covered our story in the past, and maybe some other tech companies, but companies who are specifically, like, people, we need skill set, people who are specifically for games, you understand, marketers, PR companies. So we just need a lot of more skill sets in the aspect of games, aside from the animation and so like your question, animation and all those ones, programming, it's easy to find people like that. But we can't really find other people who can actually market our games for us. So even influencers, we don't have influencers in the gaming space. Like, we have influencers for gaming, like that's esports. We have a lot of influencers for esports. Like, I think most of the esport guys are influencing themselves. Like, we have most of the players, they have a lot of following, and so they do the influencing themselves. But how about the game development? Because we are supposed to serve the gaming, like the esports space. Like, we make contents for them. So that's kind of lacking. And if that area is not functioning well, that means we are not really getting out there. And if we are not getting exposed enough, that means we are not making money. And if we are not making money, then the industry would not survive. So we need other areas to actually function properly. So I'm trying to delve away from the usual, learn how to program, learn how to code, learn how to make animations for games. Now let's focus on the other aspects, which is we need people who can build communities. We have communities like Africa Communicate, but we need them to be stronger. So you understand? So what if today Africa Communicate wants to hire more people? So to build their community aspect of their company, they need people who have those skill sets. So we don't have that. You understand? So I feel we need to start looking away from just the creative and the technical aspects. We also look at the marketing and the managerial aspect as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Next question I have for you, Oscar Michael. Could you just highlight some examples of XR applications in the gaming space that you feel like have potentials to drive profitability?
Okay, not just XR, games as well. The key thing of what we do is we try to spotlight the creators. What we do, the people we work with are creators, not consumers. And that's the narrative we're trying to change in the industry. So we already know African youth love games. People play Call of Duty. We have a very strong Call of Duty community in Nigeria and across Africa. Or if it's Apex Legend, or if it's FIFA, or if it's Mortal Kombat. But we work with the people that build their own games, be it African-themed games or not. As long as they're building fun, entertaining content for Africans and the global audience to consume, these are the people we work with. And if you look at the XR space, you do know that a lot of the XR projects out there now are used for exhibitions, maybe to showcase or visualize what has been done. Our biggest success story so far is the company called Swift XR. Instead of it being a person creating XR projects, this is a Nigerian startup that built a platform you as a creative can use to create XR experiences without writing code. So just go to swiftxr.io. It's built by a Nigerian. It currently has about 3,000 users. It has a Canva plugin. It has a Wix plugin, a WordPress plugin. So it allows you to create XR experiences for your websites, for your movies, for anything. And that's really impressive because then we're not relying on foreign technology anymore, right? And then when you look at games as well, studios like Shola Studio, like Dimension 11 and many more are building games that people, not just within Africa, but outside can play and enjoy. And this is what we want to see more of.
Thank you very much. We're going to round up very soon. I just want to take questions from the audience. Just 2 questions, a boy and a girl. Okay, yes, there is one girl here.
Name and where you come from.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Olajumoke Oshinowo. I'm from Isolo, Lagos. So my question, basically, I've taken so many trainings that I understand in international organizations and environments, I understand that you can watch games and get paid. But here in Nigeria, I've not seen anything like that. Even when we try to do some, I understand that you can use VPN and all of that, but immediately they see your IP address to be from Nigeria, they block you. So I'd like to know if there's any that you can tell us of. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, hello. Hello, please come back.
So you said you can watch games and get paid.
Yes, even videos.
Okay.
YouTube videos.
All right, so I get that's clicking on content and getting paid for it, pay as you go.
Yes.
So the reason why you're getting blocked from international companies is because of some NCC rules from Nigeria. That has nothing to do with the gaming space. But yes, you have a couple of places you can do that in Nigeria. I can't sell for them, but if you Google well, there are lots of gaming spaces where you can watch and earn at the same time. And even there's play to earn, not just watch to earn. You can watch to earn, but the most important ones they do in Nigeria is play to earn. So instead of just playing games and just sitting down and just enjoying it, you can play and make money at the same time. So Google play to earn games in Nigeria. From there, you get more information on the watch to learn. So, yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, there's another guy at the back on shades.
All right, please can you come forward, please? Thank you. Your name, where you come from.
Hi, everyone. I'm Wale from Palm Grove. So, I stay at Palm Grove, yeah. So my question basically is, what are the use cases for decentralized gaming for Nigeria and Africa? Decentralized gaming.
Okay, use cases for decentralized gaming. There is a couple of them, right? But first thing first, the most important disclaimer. You should know that the global video games industry currently doesn't stand for Web3 games, okay? Web3 gaming and Web3 games is driven by another side of the tech industry, not the main global video games industry. So if you go into organizations like the International Game Developer Association, you won't see a lot of people talking about Web3 games because they believe it takes away the main element of games, which is fun, and then focuses on monetization, which is more of a capitalist approach to things. But however, when you look at the decentralized applications, or when you look at games, Web3 games for Africa, one thing that made it grow so well, like Axie Infinity, for example, is Africa is really a poor continent, and anything that would make anybody make money would sell fast. And that was what really drove its growth. Most of those games were not fun to play, but the prospect of making money was what was really, really good, right? And that's why it grew. So if you are doing any game and you are telling people if you play, if you spend time here, you'll make money, definitely African youth will jump on it. But beyond that, even in the global space, they are looking for more meaningful use for this kind of technology, especially as people are becoming more conscious about the use of energy, which was one big blocker, saying the old kind of technical resources used to run blockchain technology contributes to climate change. And people are looking at using games for education, right? These are the ways the global games industry, the main one, is looking at implementing it. But for the regular Web3 game, it all has to do with facilitating more monetization as well as microtransactions inside the game, which allows money to be used. And don't forget, the biggest problem in our games industry is how do we make money? That's why a lot of the game developers don't have a lot of money, because you guys don't pay for the games you play. Even the PC games, Computer Village is there for most of you, right? But with Web3 games, there is an incentive for you all to put your own money inside. And then the game developers make money, some few gamers make money, and the ecosystem exchanges money. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We've come to the end of this panel session. And if you would like to know more about them, you can always meet up with these speakers, and get to learn more about you. If you have more questions to ask, you can always ask them when you meet them, outside this hall. Thank you very much once again for having this panel session with me. I hope you guys learned a lot.
Very much. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. Please keep clapping. And also, please, if you want to ask them any question, ensure that it's after everything we are doing here. Please. If not, they will not give you maximum attention. Kindly sit on your seat, because we have something we want to give you. And if you are not seated, you will not collect it. Thanks.
All right, let's put our hands together once again for the panelists. That was a very insightful session. Okay, so I noticed it seems a lot of us are quite distracted, and there's a lot of rowdiness in the auditorium. So I've been instructed that right at this moment, every sponsor should stop attending to the audience. There's specific time for that. So please, every sponsor, please, can we cease attending to anybody at all? We need everybody back on their seats. We're about to have the second keynote session for the day, and we need everybody's rapt attention. So please, if you are the sponsors booth, Fuse, Senal, Beat Mama, Quidax, please send everybody back to the seats. And please, if you are lodging at the back, we want you on your seats. Can you please move forward as well? We're about to go to the next session. I want everybody's rapt attention, please. Please, we're waiting for you. We're waiting for you. That's literally why we can't do anything now. Fuse, please, can you send people back? Yeah, please send them back. Thank you. As well as Beat Mama, please, can you send people back so that we can continue on with the session? Thank you. Please, and if you are also standing at the back, you are not a volunteer, please come have your seat. We just have a couple of more sessions, and then we're going to have enough time to move around. There's Eden Live at the back there. Just tell them you are from me. Do you know my name? That's good. Just tell them you are from me. Anyway, so quickly now, we're going to have a couple of our sponsors on stage. They are going to actually come tell us about their business, what they do, and what the benefit to us is. And the first sponsor I want to call on is a representative from Senal. I don't know if... Are you guys ready? Yeah, please come on stage. Come on stage. Let's put our hands together for Senal. one of the sponsors for the event, and they've been very supportive since the inception. Please let's put our hands together for her as she comes up on stage. Please let the representative from Fuse get ready. You'll be going on right next.
From your guys? Huh? Is it from your guys? Zero transaction fees. Real estate. Also, no logins. Withdraw on time. Because who knows what you'll need. Sign today. Don't be late. So.
Is it working? Yeah, it's working. Okay. Great to be here. This is my first time in Lagos, and thank you very much for coming. We'll be here, actually me and the founders are also joining me by the middle of next week. So we will be all here in Lagos and also start making another events to meet with our users in Nigeria. So today I want to give a brief explanation of what Seneo is. Maybe you saw us on the social media applications so far in the advertisements, or maybe you heard about Seneo from your friends. So actually we have a digital dollar account, which is for emerging countries. We are trying to help people fight with inflation and currency devaluation, and we are helping people to buy, grow, and send dollars for free to each other. So in the application, there are, when you open the application, you see it looks like a fintech application rather than a crypto app, because it is aimed for everyday people. So we will be, as I said, around in the stand here. Also, we will be around next week. If you have any questions, please anytime reach out to us, because right now we have so far signed up 75,000 customers, and we have received 10,000 depositors within the last 3 months. So we have customer support team. Thank you. We are trying to make as affordable as possible using dollars in countries like Turkey, Nigeria, Egypt, because we all have quite a lot of high inflation and, as I said, high currency devaluation. So the application is right now available in 22 countries. The company is found in Singapore. We have been backed by US investors. We received $7 million funding 1 year ago from now. And we want to use all this money to spread the word as much as possible, and also to get to know our users and they get to know us. So that's why we are all attending these events. We want people to know about us. And 2 weeks ago, actually, we also been accepted to MasterCard, the credit card company MasterCard, to MasterCard's Startpad Crypto Accelerator. So we are, as I said, trying to be as explanatory as possible, as easy as possible, but we still have lots to do. We are working on debit cards right now to launch virtual debit cards so people can make purchases online from international websites, international applications. So these are the things we currently work on. But as I said, we are very open to feedback, suggestions, any feedback you have, please always reach out to us. Because our aim is to make the application as seamless as possible, as smooth as possible. And one of the last things I can say, it's a non-custodial wallet. I think this is the most important thing, because it's not a centralized exchange. When you put your money into Seneo, in the application, you will see you have your own private keys. So many crypto applications, especially the centralized exchanges, they don't provide the private keys. So you can always have control of your own funds. Let's say, I don't know, you have the funds in Seneo, you decide to use another application. You can, using your private keys, you can recover your funds, and you can use the same funds or reach the same funds in Trust Wallet and MetaMask. So these are all the, let's say, the security measures we are trying to establish. but you can be sure it is non-custodial. We as a company, we act as a software provider, orchestrating customer funds, and you can always have access to your funds on the blockchain.
Okay, can we put our hands together for that, please? Can we put our hands together? All right, so we're going to be going to the second keynote session of the day. And in this keynote session, we're going to be emphasizing on new trends in blockchain technology, highlighting the impact of blockchain on the payments landscape in Africa using relatable examples and how we can leverage them. Handling this session is one of the pioneers and leading female leaders in Africa's blockchain space. She is the Chief Executive Officer at BitMama Inc., a pan-African blockchain startup offering crypto products in payments, trading, and investments with footprints across Africa, Europe, and the United States. She's fondly called the BitMama of Africa's blockchain, and has been recognized as one of the top 20 individuals shaping Africa's blockchain space by leading the media such as Crypto Assets Buyer, and has received other recognitions from German and Australian missions in Africa. Join me as I welcome on stage our second keynote speaker for the day, the founder and the Chief Executive Officer of BitMama, Ruth Islami. Please put your hands together for her as she walks majestically. Please continue clapping, continue clapping, continue clapping. She's looking specifically radiant today. Please put your hands together until she's up on here.
Hello, everyone. So, I'm so happy I can see a lot of young faces coming into tech, coming into blockchain. I hope all the ladies here are starting companies. Eh? Okay. We need more women in tech, please. I think I'm waiting for my slides to come up. Today, I'm here to talk about the next trends we've been seeing in blockchain technology and how well it has been doing. I think, but first of all, happy independence to all of us. We're still growing, and hopefully, those of us here, myself included, will be the ones to take Nigeria to the next level of where it needs to be. All right. Slides, please. Do I wait or continue? Okay. All right, thank you. So, I'm here today to talk about blockchain, future of payments in Africa. So, as we're all familiar with blockchain, blockchain started out as the whole mining, crypto, Bitcoin, Ponzi, and a whole lot of other stuff. But What's made me interested in blockchain was not the fact that we could trade or we could buy and sell crypto. The fact that the blockchain had a lot of applications that is still very early and that many of us still don't know about till today. So for me, that was very interesting. At first, it looked complicated, but after a while, it got better. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as we all may know, the key features of the blockchain is mostly decentralization, transparency, security, immutability. You can't hack the blockchain, or you can't change whatever has been on the blockchain. Next slide, please. All right, and like I said, there are certain misconceptions about the blockchain. When people hear blockchain, the first thing that comes to your mind is, oh, it's Bitcoin trading. But the blockchain is so much more than that. So we have, blockchain is Bitcoin trading, but that's not true. So blockchain is the technology behind the creation of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is basically whatever you get after you mine the blockchain or you solve a particular series of complex mathematics calculations. Next slide, please. Next slide. Maybe you could make the slides available for those ones to read. Okay, so data on the blockchain being public. So we do have public blockchain, and we have private blockchain, and you have the hybrid blockchain that you can use. For example, what we have today with our e-Naira is what you call a private blockchain. So not all of us can see it, not all of us see when the central bank processes it, but it is there on the blockchain. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we basically have 4 types of blockchain: the public, the private, the hybrid, the consortium. I'm not going to deal so much on it because, like I said, we'll make the slides available so you can read on it. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I'm going to basically stay here for a while, where I was talking about how it started. And because of how it started, it has created some certain kind of misconceptions in the mind of people. So we had arbitrage, peer-to-peer, over-the-counter trading, and then we have smart contracts that is being used today in many applications. And when we started this way, to be frank, this is like the basic fundamental that we should have started with, because if this didn't start, then it would be difficult to develop more use cases that are coming out today. Next slide, please. So today, how is it going? I mentioned the e-Naira digitized currencies. And for us over here at BitMama, we have also started using the blockchain for cross-border payments, and not just focusing on buying and selling of cryptocurrencies and trading cryptocurrencies. We can be able to use stable coins to help you to trade globally around the world. You can buy things on Amazon, Alibaba, AliExpress, etc., anyone you want to use it for. And then there is DeFi lenders like Goldfinch, where they are able to give you a collateral. They are able to give you a loan, without a collateral. Next slide, please. Next. Okay. So with BitMama, we're now offering cross-border transactions, like I mentioned. This makes it faster, easier, and cheaper to be able to send money between Nigeria and the US, Nigeria and Ghana, Nigeria and China, or any other place across the world. Next, please. Yeah, other use cases for the blockchain includes the whole financial inclusion, where you can be able to integrate it into unbanked services and be able to track a lot of financial inclusive platforms. Next, please. Next. All right. Next. Okay, so Where are we going to with blockchain? What we see blockchain doing in the future, definitely we're going to see places or things where we have to integrate blockchain with AI to be able to get a mixture of services. Blockchain being used for education, when you get your certificate from school. I know today a lot of people are angry about certificate forgery. So if your certificate's on the blockchain, nobody can forge your certificate. And if it's not there, it means you didn't go to school. Blockchain for data storage, and definitely blockchain for governance, where we can be able to track how our government spending is going and how things are being done in our local government areas. Yeah, I think I've already talked about it. Please, next slide. Yeah, so there's also identity solutions. When I saw this, especially with identity solution, I've forgotten the name of the movie, but there's a movie on Netflix where I think the guy and his friends, they went to steal some money somewhere, but the movie was stated in the future, and when they stole the money and they came out, the camera took their picture and it took their numbers and already put their data on the Ethereum blockchain and verified their identity and sent it back to the police. So I've forgotten, like I said, but the movie is on Netflix. And that's where we possibly might see blockchain identity solutions going to. So you have your identity on the blockchain. So if you do anything wrong, the camera or whatever is watching you will just take that data and send it to the police, and the police already knows that you did that or you committed that crime. Yeah, so in the future, we'll see everything being tokenized and connected very soon by blockchain. And for me, one thing I've noticed is that a lot of people are still trying to get a hang of this. So that's why it's very important for us to build local solutions, but that have global problems. Because if we build local solutions and that everyday people can use, the truth is using the blockchain and a lot of other things are complicated. But if we could build solutions that abstract the complication at the back end, it makes the solution easier for people to use. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I guess this is where my talk ends. And the question I'm going to leave everyone with today is, how are you contributing to this? There are lots you can do in the blockchain space. You could be a smart contract developer. You could be a business person, a strategist, back-end developer, etc. But it's not also all about development. It's also about people that are able to, people that are able to layer out how this technology will work for our everyday systems, and then so that it will be useful to anyone. So I would be taking questions now, if any of you have questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together once again for Ruth. Okay, gradually we're coming to the end of the event. Very soon we're going to be calling and pulling the curtain. We just have 1 or 2 more sessions before we call it a day. Right about now, we're going to watch another sponsor's video, specifically Fuse, and learn more about their product. Okay, all right. Thanks for that. I hope we're able to all get the message from that video. So, yeah, I just want to tell you something. I know our time is fast spent. This is 2:35. But one thing I've been asked to guarantee you is that we are going to be done with the event before 4. That we're not going to be here by... What happened? Is 4 too long? Okay, we should extend it to 5. Okay, all right. So we would be done on or before 5 p.m. then. We'll be... All right. So we're just going to have one more panel session. After the panel session, we have the fire chats. And after that, I will be disclosing the rest of the details. Well, the next panel session will be focused on how we can use blockchain and other new technologies in redefining payment sector within Africa today and in the future. And we're going to also be highlighting how we as participants can leverage this opportunity. To handle the session, to moderate this panel session is another one of Technext's very own. The editor at Technext in person of Ejike Kanife to come and moderate the panel session, The Future of Payments in Africa. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes on stage.
Thank you very much. Welcome once again to everyone here. I promise you guys this won't take long because I've already told my guys that we are going to be having just one question each for each of them. So please bear with us. This won't take very long, I promise you. So the future of payments in Africa, joining me on the stage for this panel session will be some big mass quiz. Let me put it that way. So first, panelists will be calling. I hope they are here. Please, if you are here, start coming to the stage. Ogochukwu Ume Okafo, who is the Director of Product Management at Yellow Card. Please, round of applause for her. She fine well. Her face show, her shoes shine. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. Welcome. So Ogochukwu is an accomplished professional based in Lagos. She's a graduate of UNN. Welcome to the stage, Ogochukwu. Next on the panel is Olubumi Fabanwo. Please, if you are here, come to the stage. Manager of affiliate program for Binance Africa. Olubumi, are you here? Olubumi Fabanwo. I think should be here somewhere. But then let's proceed to the next panelist. We have Mireille Ozel. She was here earlier. She is the co-founder and head of strategic expansion and business development at Chenoa. Welcome her to the stage, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And last on my list is Etienne Okeke. Etienne Okeke, are you here? Etienne Okeke, please, a round of applause for him. He is coming from the back. He is the CEO / product and co-founder of BitBatter. He's a former lead blockchain engineer with an impressive track record at Sterling Bank PLC, where he demonstrated remarkable expertise in blockchain technology. Welcome, Etienne. These are the three guys here. Olubumi is not here yet, so maybe I could just email your own questions, give them. So for this session, please, I would require one of the microphones here. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, there's one there. Okay, thank you very much. I can see it's... So I will be down here to moderate because this session is very important for everybody involved because it's the future of payments in Africa. And I know that a lot of people here use OPay, you use PalmPay, you use crypto and everything. So now it's going to be like we are going to be dealing with the facts, okay? Straight up questions. My first question will go to Ogochukwu. Yes. So there has been a lot of talk about crypto being the future of payment. I mean, we've all heard that several times. Crypto, the future of payment. My question is very simple and straightforward. Are cryptos still the future of payments in Africa? And give us the reason why.
Okay, hi everyone. It's nice to be here, and it's an honor to be here. This is my first time in Technext Conference, and yeah. So, going straight to your question, is crypto the future of payments? Yes, it is. One main reason I would say that is crypto, it's one payment method I would say that brings everybody globally together, in the sense that whether I'm in the US or in Australia or in Nigeria, Bitcoin is Bitcoin. If I send you Bitcoin and you're in Europe, it doesn't change from Bitcoin to Bitcoin in another currency. So it's like a global currency that enables everyone to trade seamlessly. So if we look at the world around and how money moves today, a lot of people don't know that even the so-called remittance companies and cross-border payment providers are leveraging cryptocurrency to move funds around the world. And because, first of all, it is more convenient, it is seamless, it is instant or near real time, right? So yes, it is the currency of the future, in case we don't know. When I sit down to think about cryptocurrency and how much we have accomplished as Yellow Card with cryptocurrency, it really blows my mind, because I've seen people make payments. Like, I don't have any way to move money outside Nigeria, but I have this vendor in the US and I can move cryptocurrency to this vendor and automatically I make a purchase, as against having to layer in on all the providers, cross-border payment providers we have today. So this is one way and one use case I believe that cryptocurrency has gone ahead to solve a lot of problems that we have today. So yes, the answer is it is the future of payments.
Thank you very much, Amagochukwu, for that. I guess you all enjoyed that response, Abby. So my next question goes to you, Mile. Yes. So I have payments versus investment. To us here in Africa, crypto is more like, for us, it's an investment instrument, more than a payment infrastructure, really. Because, most of us here are into crypto because we want to buy crypto and sell and make money. Yep. So it's not really for us. So when we say payment infrastructure, for us, it's like for us to pay ourselves, not for us to use it for payments. So my question is very, very straightforward, okay? So it would be nice if things change. Explain to us in very simple terms why the average crypto person should see cryptos in Africa as more of a payment infrastructure than an investment instrument.
Sure. Hello everyone again. So as you say, I think the first use case for countries like developing countries, like Egypt, Turkey, Nigeria, Ghana, because there's an inflation problem, there's a currency devaluation problem. I think the first pain point is to store value and to store wealth. That's why it's starting with investment, in my opinion. So, of course, crypto is enabling many things like international transfers is another pain point, another use case which has already been adopted. But storing value is also very important as of today. I think it will also expand to other use cases, like you say, to payments, for sure. But it can take some time, because for payments, you also need to enable the merchant side of things, like the online merchants, the offline merchants. So if we can also start to adopt the infrastructure to make this happen, then I think it will for sure create adoption on the payment side as well. Because also, for example, how the flow of funds are happening, we are working, we are earning a salary, we need to store this salary or the income we are getting. And the next step is to send to other people and also spend it. I think we just started with the first very needed use cases, and for sure the next will come, in my opinion.
Thank you very much for that very robust answer. Next question is for you, Etienne. Thank you for being here. So let's talk about Nigeria's central bank digital currency. That is the e-Naira. Okay. I'm sure if you ask a lot of people here about the e-Naira, I don't know if there's anybody here who has used e-Naira before. Please, have you used e-Naira before? No. People here are saying yes. People here are saying no. So it just tells you the dichotomy. But most people haven't used them. Most people are not enthusiastic about them, and that is a fact of the matter. So, sadly, they haven't been able to fly here in the country. So, can you talk us through what the problems are, and if there is really any hope that these CBDCs will ever be accepted by these good people?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to place a disclaimer because, like, this is government property now, right? And I wasn't also on the eNaira team that developed the project, but to a large extent, I understand the technology, and I also have some background in that space, right? So when you talk about money, when you talk about be it eNaira, be it stablecoin, be it crypto asset, or different form of currencies, right? They come with a specific set of characteristics. So before we talk about eNaira, maybe we can talk about some stable coins like USDT, USDC, whatever you have as stable coins, right? These are just tokenized cash. But the difference is that this time around is a little bit, or it's a lot more decentralized, right? But when you talk about CBDCs like eNaira or several you have around the world, this time around it's a lot more centralized. Centralized, but it's still running on the decentralized technology infrastructure or technology, like blockchain technology and the likes, right? So the eNaira itself is supposed to have some characteristics, which the CBN is still trying to harness the benefit of those characteristics, right? In as much as we are not using the eNaira on the retail side, it doesn't mean that people are not using it. Most of the users currently now are wholesalers, big merchants, people who move volume on it. So the numbers you see online, I guess they are right, because those numbers can be moved by very few people. But in general, when you see World Bank complaining about the eNaira wallets not being activated and all that, they might be right, because the retail side is not really pushing right now, right? So a couple of things. The Naira in itself, we as Nigerians really don't flow that much with the Naira. People who prefer the foreign currencies, the dollar and all that. And when you make an eNaira, which is like a mirror of the NGN that we have, it's also going to be affected by that. But I believe that the government is still going to think about use cases. Then they should also think about people like us who are especially playing the fintech space, maybe crypto fintechs, that we are doing a lot of very interesting things. Is there ways that we could create some use cases and they can support us to adopt it, right? I'll give you a typical example, especially right now that bank account is not allowed for cryptocurrencies or crypto companies, right? eNaira might be a rail. There's no stoppage on you not using eNaira for your OTC transactions or for whatever you are doing. Right? So, but beyond that, could they also allow us to be more innovative? Because to a large extent, if you really don't have bank account, it will really slow you down. So these are things that the government can think around. And I'm very happy that the people like NIDA, people like NCC that are really looking into this. CBAN is pushing through it. There are a lot of OGs in the space that are looking at how all this could happen. But the conversation around eNaira adoption and also crypto fintech companies being a gateway for that eNaira to be adopted is something that is lacking. And I think maybe we could look at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Etienne, for that robust answer. Please, let's clap for him. Like, I don't know, you guys, thank you very much. So, yeah, Olubumi, thank you very much. You joined us quite late, but then we haven't gotten to you yet. So, because you have a considerable amount of experience in fintech, this question is going to come to you. Because we're talking about digital banks now, okay? So we have a lot of digital banks out there, which everybody here probably uses. We have the likes of OPay, PalmPay, VFD, and the rest. So, yeah, most youths are flocking to these digital banks. Okay, really. But then if you ask a lot of them, they mostly use it as just platforms to transfer funds. But as platforms to store their funds, to keep their money, to keep their wealth, most of them still don't have that confidence in this digital bank. So I could have a PalmPay account and I still have a GT account or an Access Bank account because I still want my money to be in GT, but I want to use PalmPay to transfer the money and then put into my GT. Okay, so what could be done? What could happen that would make people start feeling like, okay, well, probably I could actually keep my wealth or keep my money in these digital banks without fear of anything happening?
Hi, everybody. Hello, everybody. I don't know, your question seems to be very long. I don't know if my answer is going to be long. All right, just so I know my audience, before I go to your answer, how many of us have crypto wallets? If you've ever opened a crypto wallet before, I want to do giveaway. How many of us have? I'm not doing giveaway. All right, so I think that's 40% of people have crypto wallets. How many of us have digital bank accounts? Like OPay, I don't want to do any adverts. OPay and the rest. Oh, fantastic. So I think the first thing we are going to ask ourselves is, why exactly am I not saving my money with a digital bank? And for me, the reason why I don't do that is because first, the currency itself is facing inflation, like she mentioned. So if you bought something for 10,000 naira a month ago, would it still be 10,000 naira today? Fantastic. And that's a simple explanation for what inflation is. And even if I want to save my 10,000 naira, I want to save it where I can go and break a table or break somebody's head if anything happens to my money. But do you have places like that with digital banks? No, you don't. And they actually do not need it. But this is, it's not a character flaw, but this is how Africans are generally. So we want to go somewhere and be able to say, what happened to my money? You know, you want to talk to an individual. And that's also one of the challenges we've had with cryptocurrency too. So when I go out and I speak about crypto and all these things, and elderly people especially, they will ask you, if anything happens to my money, who do I complain to? And I'm like, oh, don't worry, there's a bot, there's a service online. It's like, so I have to log on to go and be talking, so I can't go anywhere. You know, so that physical location space, that kind of thing, is something that may be keeping us back, but it's also very understandable. So to be able to move past something like this, you have to ensure that, I think, I'm not a customer service person, but I think maybe we can do better with customer service, especially the digital platforms. You can do more with your customer service, how quickly you're able to resolve complaints. Because if you look at what the big banks, that's the regular banks have, is that they have a physical space. Even when some of them, their customer service is terrible, you know, they are still able to resolve people's problems. It doesn't matter what time. So I used to work with GT Bank, and there was a time an individual came to the bank. I think he had a POS error of, I think, about 8,000 naira. And that person came, the number of times I counted, he came 4 times within 4 weeks. And we kept telling him, 21 working days, 14 working days, you know, but he kept coming back. But the day that he was going to come back last, he said that if he does not receive his money today, he's going to break our heads once we are stepping out of the banks. Everybody started calling, please, can you solve this thing? This one is, solve it immediately. Just return this guy's money, I don't want problems. Because we're seeing people standing in front of the bank, ready for us. So you get that kind of thing. And apart from customer service, we can also do more to educate people. So how does the regular person know that I can also save money and get interest on my savings if I store it on your platform? So those education, and localize the education, you know, so that the average individual, the average Nigerian can easily understand. Yeah, I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you very much. That was a very good answer. Yeah, like I promised, please, just because of time, just one question each. But if we could take questions from the audience, 1 or 2. Okay, we have the lady 1. The far left 2. Please, let's start with that guy that's closest to you. Okay. Yeah, question. Please, your question and who you would like to respond, if there's anybody who wish to respond.
Good afternoon. So my question is this. So there are plenty crypto wallet platform online. Like they offer plenty. So which one, like, what do you know? How are you going to be able to recognize the one that is legit? That you will not just put your money or buy crypto from there and then boom, you can't access them again.
Who would you want to respond to that? Anybody?
Okay, so because I work with a crypto platform, maybe I can, but I'm not representing, please, I'm not representing Binance, and I'm not saying anything that should be misconstrued that is Binance that is saying it. I'm here on my own volition, so you don't misquote me. All right, so I think that's one of the issues that we've had. I've been a victim of fraud before. I lost about 1.3 million when I first got into crypto. You're clapping. It's not good news, please. And so I am usually an advocate when people are coming in first. I'm usually very, I always tell them, be careful of the kind of platforms that you get on board with. Because when I first got in, I joined the Telegram group. And they told me that I could buy, I think then, 1 USDT was going for about, I think, 400 Naira or so. And they said I could buy USDT at 385. Of course, 15 Naira difference. I just jumped in and I sent money to the guy and I sent him my Binance wallet to credit me. Maybe it's going to credit me now. The credit has not come in yet, So that's one of the issues, and a lot of people still face it till today. Despite the fact that we are educating people that be careful before you jump and send money to anybody, understand the platform first. So I cannot tell you that go and use, in fact, I can tell you to use Binance, of course, but then do your own research. That's the one thing about crypto that we need to tell people. Before you decide to jump in, ask yourself, why am I even doing crypto? Why exactly are you even trying to get into crypto? Is it for investment? Is it for savings? Is it because you just want to understand the space? Because it is right in your face? So you first have to understand this thing. Then you now look at platforms. A simple Google search can tell you the legit platforms. Very easy. Because it's not regulated here in Nigeria or generally in Africa yet, you might not see any government backing, but you can definitely see, just go to their Twitter page. If you see crypto, VNX or something, it seems to go to their socials. Go and check who are the people that are using it. Do a very quick research. 10 minutes is going to tell you. Simple.
Thank you very much. Next question. There's someone who raised their hands there. Yes, that guy at the far.
Good afternoon. My name is Isaac Eto. And the session you guys are paneling right now is the future of payments in Africa. And most people in Nigeria that are into cryptocurrency, what they use it mostly for are for investments rather than payments. So when I talk about payments, we're saying you're using crypto as a means of, you are paying for your utility bills, hospital bills, if possible, even pension too. So, say I went to get meat pie from this woman here. And if you ask her, you should accept crypto as a means of payment. She'll be reluctant to even answer the question because, yeah, and if you ask her why, she will tell you that she's scared of what you are paying her to depreciate after a few minutes. You understand? So there is a whole lot of things that are going on in the crypto market. So I feel that probably maybe there's something that is missing, or there are some things that we do not know about cryptocurrency yet. So if you guys can share more light to make us understand what it is that we are missing, to actually grab crypto as the future means of payment, I really appreciate it.
Okay, let me take that. Okay, I think the major problem is around education. People in Africa haven't gotten to the stage of trusting cryptocurrency. So a lot of people are still very paranoid about cryptocurrency, accepting payments. For some people, it still seems like a mystery. So what we are even trying to do as Yellow Card is to go out there and educate people around cryptocurrency. Get them to understand that it's not as complicated as you think. It's not some rocket science up there that, nobody really wants to delve into. The way we operate in Africa, everybody wants their money at hand. I want to see my money. I want to see it in Naira or CDs or whatever currency it is. So I think one of the ways we can solve this is still futuristic. It won't be in the next 5 years, to be honest, but I see it coming soon. maybe in the next 10 years, it will gain a lot more traction, because I've seen more people than not get into the crypto space as we start to like educate people around crypto, get them to understand that it's not a big deal, right? There's so many benefits to cryptocurrency. Countries like South Africa, I hear about Luno and Vala, that partnering and all to start accepting payments, So it's actually coming up. Yeah, it's coming up very soon, very quickly. But there's still a lot of education to be done. There's still a lot of education. People need to understand what this whole concept is all about before it gets to the malam there, currently now, the malams at least in my area collect transfers, as against before where they'll say, oh no, we don't want transfer. So we're making baby steps towards digitizing the entire Africa, but it's going to still be a while. But I think it's more around education, persistent, getting people to understand the concept, the use case, the benefits. That is what will actually push it to the forefront in the near future. Thank you.
Guys, let me quickly contribute to what she said about we Africans or Nigerians seeing crypto as investment instead of a means of payment. Several things. We have lived thousands of years using different mode of payment, and right now, I will say this generation grew up with the normal fiat, right? But in as much as we are moving from fiat to crypto, or we are going to have a mix of both in future, right now we have a mix of both, right? I will tell you something I always tell everybody. We are going to do two things. One is education, like she said. We are going to try our best to keep educating people, and we also encourage people to educate others. For example, in recent times, I was in Singapore last 2 weeks, and I was in a cab. I entered a cab, and the guy asked me, what am I doing in Singapore? I said, I came because of blockchain and crypto and all that. This. He said, yeah. Some guys also entered his car the other day, and they were trying to preach crypto to him. That they told him to do DCA, that he should buy every month as much as he can and stuff like that. So I was very impressed. So ever since then, since I came back to Nigeria, every cab I enter, when I meet people, I always tell them, do you buy crypto every month? Have you bought Bitcoin before? Why don't you try? Buy one. Go to so and so platform and buy some. So I think that thing of education is something each and every one of us should do. Then the second part of it is that us who are builders, right, we should keep innovating on our products. Do we even build products that allow people receive crypto? There are some people who don't want to receive crypto. They just want to stay on their fiat, right? Do we enable them to receive, or do we receive that crypto on their behalf and convert it to fiat in real time for them, right? So it goes beyond that person being or wanting to receive crypto, right? So we as builders, we should continue building things that are usable, things that are very simple, and things that the general public can relate with. So those are just the two fronts I come with. The thing about, we live in Nigeria, we live in Africa, there's a certain demographic, purchasing power is very low, disposable income is not so available right now. But I will still tell you that we can still make people understand that crypto goes beyond just investment, and it can be a means of payment. Thank you.
Yes, so just in addition, fantastic. I think it's a very interesting question. So the reason why that person is not going to collect crypto is because she doesn't understand crypto, which is where the education part comes in. The other part to it is institutional adoption. So before you can say that an initiative has actually gained ground, it has to be adopted by institutions, so such as SMEs. So she's running a business, and you want to send her crypto. But idea is that crypto fluctuates, because does it fluctuate or not? Yes or no? That's wrong, because even crypto, you have stable coins. So you can send her USDT, and she has no idea that she's even going to hedge against inflation. So rather than pay her 500 naira, you are going to pay her how much? 50 cents, because $1 is equal to how much now? You know that one now. So, there needs to be institutional adoption. And little by little, by the time we are educating businesses, we also ensure that policies are getting into place where these businesses can easily receive cryptocurrency. And if you want, you can receive it in stable coins. So there are platforms like Binance Pay that allow somebody like her to be able to receive cryptocurrency. I went to Nairobi some months ago, and I spent cryptocurrency for 8 days, I promise you, I spent from my Binance wallet. I did not withdraw any money. Okay, I tried to withdraw. I used my card to withdraw it just to test the Kenyan shillings that I can withdraw. But yes, I spent crypto all through, USDT all through. And it's shocking here in Africa. So it's obvious that by the time more people like I understand that you can actually receive dollars, you don't even have to go and open dollar account in any bank. You can receive your dollars in whatever wallet that you want, and you can easily off-ramp it through P2P to Naira. It becomes easier. So education, fantastic. Institutional adoption to both of them go hand in hand. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much for that answer. I'm afraid, I know I have people who have questions, but I'm afraid my producer has warned me that there is fire on the mountain. So please, that's all we can take now for because of time. So thank you very much, guys. Sorry, I couldn't take your questions. But this is the end of the panel. It has been a very, very wonderful exercise. Thanks for your patience and everything. Yeah.
Let's put our hands together for them. Let's put our hands together for them. Okay, I did say that we're going to be rounding up on or before 5, right? What? 5, yeah, 5. 4. Okay, so we have just 54 minutes more, and I can confirm we'll still be rounding up on or before 4. We'll be going right to the next session, but before we do that, we have something we'd love to do. Can you please put your hands together for them once again? Okay. How many of us have been enjoying the event so far? Just a handful. How many people have been enjoying the event so far? Okay, that's encouraging. So why are you guys not engaging on social media? No data. There's a Wi-Fi now. You do not know? Sorry, there's a Wi-Fi. You can put on your Wi-Fi and connect to it. Just type in the password. Just type in the password. It will connect. I don't know too. I don't know.
But seriously, you guys are funny. For a free event, you are complaining about data. Nigerians. You guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to draw the curtain for the Tech Coinference, right, 3.0. But before we move to the last session, and of course the vote of thanks, I would like us to do something very quickly. So please, I beg of you, if there is any empty space in front of you, please can you move forward? This is very crucial. This is the best way to tell the organizers, thank you. So we need to do this. We need to do this. Kindly fill up the space before you. I beg you in the name of whatever you believe in. Thank you so much. I need you to move forward. And any empty seats, please fill it up. That's the blessing of the Lord coming in full for you. So please try fill up the space. All right, venue management, please can we have the lights off? Lights off, please. All right, so here is the thing. You know, for every great event, there is always a star. But for this event, there are stars. Because so many people actually came together. The sponsors, you know, the partners, everybody actually came together, paid for this all, made everything available for you and I to be able to learn. So please, after the light is off, everybody, I need you all to bring out your phones. I will need you all to turn your touch lights. Bring out your phones, please. I need the touch light of your phones on. Please, let's do that quickly. Please, time is not our friend. Please.
You don't want us to finish by 4.
All right, please. Thank you so much. Okay. For those that are bringing out their phone, you will get them safely. You will see 10 billion naira in your account. Okay. Everybody will get home safely. Somebody cannot play with you. All right, so please, can we have the lights up? Can we bring out our phones, please? Turn on the touch light. Raise it up. Yes, raise it up. Raise it up. Thank you so much. I want the lights off, please. Help us. Thank you. Don't worry, I'm not watching movie. Oh, yes.
Okay.
So now, who can remember our call and response? When I say Technext Coinference 3.0, what do you say? All right, so everybody on standing. Thank you. We need to stand up at this point. Thank you so much. I love you guys so much. Because of this, I'm going to be paid my balance. We are going to be paid our balance. All right. So, when we do the call, we will need you all to respond. Technext Coinference 3.0. What do you have to say? Then you wave your lights. You wave your lights when you're responding. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Okay. Okay.
Are we ready? Okay. Technext 3.0.
New frontiers, new opportunities.
Technext 3.0.
New frontiers, new opportunities.
And for the last time, Technext 3.0.
New frontiers, new opportunities.
A round of applause for yourself and for the sponsors.
Please put your hands together for yourself.
Thank you.
Put your hands together for yourself. That was beautiful. I don't think anybody has done that at any tech conference. Put your hands together for yourself. You're part of history. Okay, so like I did say again, we're going to be rounding up before 4 p.m. And I think I have just 48 more minutes. We're going to be going to the last session now, and I can assure you that it's not going to be for long. It's going to be the Fireside chat with Yele, the CEO of Nestcoin. But to moderate the session, I want to invite a very special person. As the business chief and one of the co-founders at Technext. He is passionate about building brands that attract, engage, and sell. He looks out for the simplest and easiest way to solve complex challenges with many years of experience strategizing innovative digital experiences for small startups to Africa's biggest telecommunications brand. His goal is to create, test, offer solutions that thrive against all odds. Please, with a resounding round of applause, join me as a welcome to moderate the session, the co-founder and business chief at Technext, Mr. Anderson. Please put your hands together for him. Please put your hands together for him. That's the co-founder at Technext. It's one of the reasons why we're here. Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone. We'll be out of here pretty soon. But I must say thank you to all of you for giving us your time today. Why don't you put your hands together for yourselves? Thank you so much. The last time I had a session like this in last Technext Coinference, it was with a celebrity. And I asked how many people will love to invest 1 million naira in crypto. How many people? So all of you came to blockchain conference and you are not interested in investing. All right. Today, the focus of the conversation is going to be around a founder, a CEO, who have built the next Africa's trailblazer of a blockchain company. And he has built several companies on the blockchain that offer payment infrastructure and financial services. And we'll be looking at and learning from some of his experiences. Yele Badamosi is a Nigerian entrepreneur. He founded Bundle in the year 2019. And then he was the CEO for a while, I must mention that he was one of the foremost African director for Binance Lab. So it's safe to say he was one of the first persons in Africa to leverage the blockchain with Binance. And then currently is the founder of Nestcoin. Nestcoin is a company that focuses on creating blockchain and Web3 applications. And they also invest in companies that have similar interests. So do I see some founders here who would want Nestcoin to invest? If you know you want Nestcoin to invest in your startup, you want to build on the blockchain, can you wave your hands? All right, I believe we can see you. So today we will be looking at building Africa's next blockchain trailblazers. We'll look at some of the wins, some of the challenges, and some of the opportunities. Yele, if you can hear me, please note that I'm not going to stick to all the questions here. I may be asking leading questions from some of your responses. So I will just go first. So like I said, from Binance Lab to Bundle to Nestcoin, and I believe other endeavors, you have never shied away from leveraging the blockchain technology to accelerate Africa's transition into a sustainable and developed economy. How would you rate Africa's performance on the blockchain so far? It seems you're frozen. All right. I think they're working on the sound. All right, great. So from your response, it means there's a lot of hope for Africa, right?
For sure.
Fantastic.
I'm still building this thing. I think I first invested in a blockchain company in 2017, so it's about 6 years. And probably, I'm not even more bullish. I think that the economic infrastructure, the
All right, great. From your first response, you said in total transaction volume, Africa has done about 3%, right? Compared to the global market. Please, we will agree that globally, blockchain is a new technology, true or false? Blockchain is a new technology globally, true or false? And if Africa is doing 3%, that's a lot, right? And if you compare how much liquidity we have, and we are doing 3%, you will agree that that is a lot, right? The next question I would love to ask you, as somebody who have seen, permit me to use this word, you've seen the good side and you've also seen the shaggy of blockchain, right? You've had the fair sides and the downsides of blockchain. What would you say, let me just say, would you say that you've had, would you say that you have, what would you say have been your most defining moment? Sorry, that's the question I want to ask. What is your major learning point? Having seen the highs and lows, like you said, your first blockchain company you started was in 2017. I really enjoyed using Bundle as a platform until recently. Personally, I've experienced some of your products, right? What would you say are your biggest learning experiences?
I mean, that's a really difficult question to answer in terms of trying to find like that one thing. I think the number of lessons and the number of like core critical insights. I think the first one I would say is, as an entrepreneur, as a builder, as an investor, as a developer in the space, you kind of need to have your why, right? Like, whatever drives you has to be something that is so fundamental, so passionate, something that's so fundamental to your being, something that you're so passionate about that regardless of the challenges, regardless of how difficult things get, you kind of keep going. So for me personally, ever since I dropped the medical school, I've always cared about having leverage impact. I've always thought and said, like, what is the thing that I can do that can have the most positive impact on many people as possible? And I really do care about figuring out how to accelerate Africa's transition to a sustainable technology, digital assets, stablecoins, and this digitalizer that enable anyone anywhere to have access to the best form of money and high quality world-class financial services regardless of where you are. And so that combination, keeps me going, it keeps me energized, regardless of whatever the challenges are. Quickly,
All right, thank you very much. So one of the most striking things you said is always understand your why, so that when the results are not coming in the way you expected, your why will keep you going. And then you talked about having access to some sort of pool of funds and having the right team, right? And I believe that this is a recipe for all entrepreneurs. The journey for every entrepreneur comprises of ups and downs, but what keeps us going is understanding the very why we started. Okay, my next question is, in putting Technext Coinference 3.0 together, we reached out to some of our partners, people we've partnered with in 2021, in 2022, and it will interest you to know that some of these startups no longer exist, right? And we all know that there's been the longest winter ever. I just want to ask, is there any form of hope for the future? Is this a phase that we will go through? or is this a phase that have come to stay? I don't know if you got my question. Okay, Yele is trying to join.
If you look at AI, everyone's talking about AI right now because of OpenAI and ChatGPT and DALL-E and things. But the truth is that for decades, we had what we call the AI winter. And so it's been like, what, 2 years since the last the peak of Bitcoin was maybe October, November 2021. So it's about 2 years. And to be honest, again, like I said, please understand why. Because I just think that even though the price of these assets and all that kind of used to be, you look at sort of like on-chain data and metrics, you cannot help but to be bullish. We're seeing more on-chain activity, more developers, more applications, more active users, revenue, like actual real revenue, not speculative revenue. And so, the price is a lagging indicator of value, right? So a lot of people would jump back into the space, these assets that are kind of going, they focus on technology, focus on actual utility. You're going to be very excited. So me, I think, the work saying people that I'm investor in, developer entrepreneurs, like, just keep going. Like, don't give up. Even if you want to sort of stop what you're doing and work on something, that's fine. But as long as you just want to keep going and you stay alive, continue to push.
All right, thank you. Fantastic. So just to recap your response, you said AI is not a new thing. It's sounding more like it's a new thing because AI was experiencing a winter for a long time, but there is boom. And then a lot of the crypto assets that saw a plunge at the end of last year, their prices are beginning to go up. And beyond crypto, there's been a lot of blockchain activity. We're talking about several use cases for blockchain. And so it seems there is a future. I wish Yele was here in person. I feel this would have been an extremely interactive session, but I'll try to wrap this up. There is still a lot of hope from what we've seen. And that is why we are still having events like this to keep the conversation going, even while the market is going through what it's going through. But there is a lot of hope, and there is a lot of indication for the future. One of the last questions I will ask you, Yele, is recently, Nextcoin raised about $1.3 million, and we learned that the purpose is to drive strategic growth. That is to drive the adoption of your onboard wallet as well as provide solution for the future. How does the next phase align with your strategic objective of building the next African blockchain trailblazer?
Yeah, I think a lot of look at ourselves and deeply in terms of what have we built that
Fantastic. Fantastic. So it means with onboard, we'll be able to perform day-to-day financial activities on the blockchain via your wallet, right? If I got that correctly.
Yeah, exactly. The way the is like fintech in the front, blockchain at the back.
Fantastic. That I think one of the audience asked earlier how we can build and integrate day-to-day financial services to the blockchain, and I think that is what Onboard is doing. I would have really loved to ask you some other questions, but because of the glitch of the network, I would just say, what is your final word for the entrepreneurs that are seated here, those who would love to build on the blockchain, and the general audience? Just your last words, final words.
Yeah, I mean, I think the final words would be like focus on the customer, have a really clear idea of who the customer is solving the problem looking for, validate that problem is real, and so have a long-term mindset about what you're doing. Being an entrepreneur is hard, but it's very worth it. There's nothing more fulfilling than building a product that people love. And so if you're building something, sort of keep going and sort of super excited to see what other builders, entrepreneurs, and founders are going to create, not just for Africa, but for the entire global ecosystem. But yeah, thanks for having me. Again, sorry I couldn't be there in person. I will be there next time.
Yeah, great. It would have been really great having you in person, but I want to strongly believe that the audience have picked 1, 2, 3 things from this conversation. One thing that's striking from me from your last word is while we build, we need to focus on the customer. Thank you so much, Yele, for trying above all odds to still join the conversation virtually. We really appreciate you. A round of applause for Yele, please. Thank you very much.
Please, let's put our hands together for Anderson. Let's put our hands together for Anderson. Okay, so we'll be coming to the end of the event very soon. But before that, we just want to run through some of our sponsors again. To me, what do we have that already? Okay. I said 4. We still have 22 more minutes and 23 more minutes. It's okay. Okay, I don't know if we have any other one. Okay. Okay, okay. So before I call on our co-founder again to come and give the vote of thanks, I just want to give a big shout out to every one of you that have stayed this far with us. Please put your hands together for us. You are the real OGs. You've stayed from the start to this very point. We really do appreciate you. To everyone who graced our stage today as a speaker, we say thank you for sharing your immense knowledge in the industry. So our sponsors, Fuse, Senau, BeatsButter, Hyperspace, Quidax, Expert, BeatsBaba, Changera, we say a big thank you to you for being part of the success of the event, as well as our partners, Web3 Bridge, Saban, Crypto Bootcamp Community, Gen Z Techies Community, and Legit.ng. We say a big thank you to you as well. You've been part of the success of this event, and we hope to work with you in a bigger fashion for the 4th edition of the event. I did promise that we're going to end by 4. We have 19 more minutes. Should we do something to waste the time, or what do we do? Should we still waste the time? Should we still waste the time? Okay. All right, so I'm just going to call on the content chief and co-founder of Technext to come and give the votes of thanks. So please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I welcome on stage Mr. David Afolayan. Please put your hands together for him.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Yes, I mean, this is the end of it all. I want to ask just a simple question. If you know you found value for your time today, if you've learned anything at all, please raise up your right hand. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. That gives me some joy. So you have been the VIP. You started with us and you're here at this time. So I would say give yourself a round of applause, please. Yes. Thank you. All right. I just want to tell you a little secret. It has been a bit difficult for us putting this year's event together than we had last year. And that's because the blockchain ecosystem, especially the crypto ecosystem, is going through a time people call the crypto winter. For those of you that invested in NFTs after the NFT panel session last year, you may have lost some 70% value, right? So it is difficult calling people together to talk about things that have shown you shaggy after 1 year. And we had a lot of thought about it. Should we have the blockchain community come together to talk this year? And the team deliberated the pros and the cons. And we decided to brace the odds. So I want to say a special thank you to the Technext team. You guys are superheroes because it is difficult to get these people together and you have done it. So let's give ourselves a round of applause. I would also say thank you to the volunteers. Quite a lot of people that you see around telling you where to sit, giving you things, are doing this for free for the love of the community. So I want to say thank you. Please give them a round of applause again. And lastly, I'm going to be saying thank you to our supporters and partners, Fuse, Sinua, Mama, Quidax, Hyperspace, and Eden Life for coming together to make this a success. Your resources, your support has brought us this far. I will also say thank you to our friends, our family members that have given us the opportunity to put these beautiful things together. I'm quite surprised I'm seeing a lot of young people in this year's event. So I know that there are young communities from the university in LASU and others here. And I must tell you that 5 years from now, if you look back at the time you've spent here today, you're going to be happy that you did. Great things start small, so don't discount the networks, the relationship that you're going to build from this kind of event. I look forward to seeing you future Technext event. Before then, I will say enjoy yourself, keep being smart, learn as much as you can. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.